resulted in a $2 increase per year. And the 10-zone waste collection plan that's for implementation January 1st represented a $6 per year. Special initiatives reserve. These ending projected balance of $2.3 million after everything that's allocated out of there that's already been agreed upon. So we have $600,000 per year that funds property acquisitions. We've funded some of the Harewood Centennial Park turf field project out of there in 2021 and 2022, and currently $300,000 per year goes to fund transportation improvement projects. Our next reserve is the Special Initiatives Reserve, and after all of the allocations from the grant, you have a starting balance of just over $5.1 million to spend. And now that is it, unless I have any other questions, we'll go right into the items for council decision.
Any questions, council? Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. This may be to you, but procedurally, where would you like recommendations made that aren't included in this list that we're about to go through, items for council decision?
Sorry, you're going to have to speak up a little.
I'm just wondering procedurally, where would you like recommendations that aren't included in this list for items for council decision?
Mr. Rudolph suggests new business. Ms. Gurry?
Yes, I was going to suggest other business, so you can go through the list and then anything that's unresolved could be discussed under other business.
All right.
Thank you.
So our first one we will tackle is the business cases that were not included in the draft plan. And Ms. Leggin has already alluded that we have a slide for each one of these. So I'll skip these two slides and start with our first business case, which is our corporate asset management system. And again, we've identified that as a project that will go from 2021 to 2024, so it's a 4-year project. It will cost approximately $2.8 million with 3 dedicated staff. We have identified potential funding sources of the majority coming from Community Works, and the remainder could be funded from either general revenue, the Special Initiatives Reserve, or the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve. And any ongoing costs, operating costs, will be covered in general revenue in 2025 onwards.
And just before we start too far down this long list, I just want to emphasize to Council, just for my own satisfaction, Councillor Bonner's got a question too. These are the items which would be in addition to the 3.2% increase.
Yes, if there
Either
is
have to
general
find
revenue. Yeah.
cuts in what we've got so far, or we're going to have to run a bigger tax increase. Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Specifically, the corporate asset management system, I'm wondering why we couldn't be looking at other reserves specifically to fund this asset management system. I'm looking at the IT infrastructure reserve, our general asset management reserve. I think there's one other one that I was looking at as well that will be affected, like that department will be affected quite dramatically by this software in terms of making things better, making items last longer, doing all the work that it's going to do. The Information Technology Reserve alone could possibly fund this, although there'd be a shortfall in the first year on the thing. So I see your head shaking over there, but so I'm wondering why we wouldn't be looking at reserves that could in fact possibly fund this thing, because it is sort of, for the first 4 years, a one-off cost. We would have to look at ongoing on the 5th year of $480,000 thereabout.
So through your worship to Councillor Bonner, you have to understand this is one project, and we have hundreds of projects and plans that we fund through these reserves. So the IT reserve there's a lot of projects that are funded through there, and Ms. Fulla can go through in more detail than I possibly can. But with a lot of these reserves, there is already a plan that uses most of that money. And so when Ms. Fulla goes to do her job as a funding, she tries to balance it out between all of the things that are on her plate so that she has to fund. So all the departments bring in their plans, and she goes through that and determines what is the best allocation of all of those funds. And if it was felt that that was the best use, to use the IT reserve, that was most likely a consideration. But keep in mind, we also have an ERP program software that we have to update as well, that's funded largely, I believe, from the IT infrastructure reserve. Some of it's coming out of there. So we do plan to use that as efficiently and effectively as possible from all the different reserves. So I'm not sure if I answered your question, but
It answers the question from your side. I completely understand that in terms of risk management and all that sort of stuff. I'm specifically looking at, I'm not suggesting we fund the entire thing out of IT, although looks like they might have enough money for it. But I'm looking at what was given to me as a draft financial plan. We have in 2021, we have a balance of $694,000. 2022, we have $1 million. It drops down a bit. 2024, it's $1.4 million, and in 2025, it's $1.5 million. And if we were to, we could easily take $150,000 each year from this reserve, and then the rest out of the asset management reserve to pay for the software implementation. And at the end of the period, the IT reserve would still have the better part of almost $1 million in it.
do you want to answer that, Wendy?
Ms. Fulla.
Through the chair to Councillor Bronner. So if we took $150,000 out of the IT reserve, that means we'd fall below the minimum balance in 2021 as well as 2023, because that reserve has a minimum balance of 575. As soon as we start to fall below that minimum balance, we need to be looking at a strategy to bring it up. We can't keep just spending when we know we're going to put it under its minimum balance in future years. The general asset management reserve is supposed to be for replacement of existing assets. There is a small portion of this project that would replace some existing pieces that do a similar function right now, but you couldn't fund $2 million. You couldn't justify funding $2 million from the general asset management reserve, because this is a new system. That's why we want to buy a corporate asset management system to advance where we are with asset management. We don't currently have something like this. We have a few bits and pieces, but this is a comprehensive system, so it really doesn't fit under the general asset management reserve for funding that large of a portion from it.
Well, I think we're actually replacing something in the from the asset management software. It's called, it starts with a T, I can't remember the name of it, Tempest?
Ms. Mercer.
It's our SAP system that we will be replacing. Tempest, I don't believe we're replacing anytime soon.
Oh, oops.
Ms. Leggett?
Bill's showing up now.
Mr. Sims?
Clarification, Tempest is a property-based system, and you heard Mr. Elliott refer to, we record some of the incidents, but it's attached to a property rather than attached to an asset. So it's ineffective for managing assets. It works for managing the attributes with properties.
But would we, if we bring the software in, would we no longer need Tempest?
Tempest will be ongoing for many, many other city operations, everything from user rates to the property system, the folios and so on and so forth. This particular system is focused on not only linear but point-like facility assets. So it records work orders, it records knowledge, it records maintenance and so on, associated directly with an asset as opposed to tagged to some property near the asset.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, that clears that up in my mind.
Ms. Leggett has a comment.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Worship. To Councillor Bonner, I just want to provide a little bit of clarification. The recommendation to fund the Corporate Asset Management System, or CAMS, as we call it internally, is through the Community Works funding with a minimal impact on property tax rates. And that we've done research, we've worked with the funding source, and they've approved that this would be a eligible initiative as well. I also think, for complete transparency and to answer some of the questions you have, which are very fair, we should really take an opportunity in a GPC to have our new IT director come out and show you the technology roadmap. He's been working with Mr. Rudolph and I for months. He brings a high level of leadership and acumen to this role. We have not been investing strategically in the function to drive efficiencies and effectiveness in the organization to the maximum amount. And it will show you how these funds are actually going to be leveraged and used to deal with other gaps and shortfalls that we have with respect to the incredible pace of technology and the incredible benefits of putting the technology in place. So I think an overall context, I see this as a business transformation initiative, less so a technology initiative. We have the leadership to put this software in place, but it's largely going to be accessed and used by people in the field and increase our decision-making capacity, hopefully driving the lifespan of our assets, reducing costs, and minimizing the surprises where one of our assets fails and we have service interruption. So that's just what I wanted to put on the table, is this is a minimal impact. Ms. Fulla can tell us exactly what that impact is to property taxes, but mostly funded through Community Works, if that helps.
Councillor Armstrong?
Thank you very much. Appreciate your explanations, and I know that you always do search for the best funding models for us to have the least impact. This is something I support. I know in the last budget, I said I wasn't going to support anything new, but for this, next year, I believe the legislation comes in when we have to start reporting on assets. Is that correct?
Mercer?
We do have certain aspects of asset reporting we have to do now, and my understanding is there is more reporting that will be required to be.
And maybe, I don't know if Mr. Sims can answer or not, but I would say this would be extremely helpful for the mandated legislation that's coming up. Is that correct? Yes? He's saying yes. So for me, I think this is something I'll be supporting. I think it's really important to move the city forward. I think it's going to save a lot of time and a lot of money, a lot of resources by doing this. So I'm very comfortable in supporting this, even with the minimal tax increase. Thank you.
Councillor Turley?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to financial staff, I agree with Councillor Armstrong. It looks like it's going to cost less than $100,000 in property taxes, but the one that I'm not sure about is the contingency, including labor. Now, I don't know if it's 10% of the $67,000 that is property taxes, or just what portion of that would be property taxes and the rest community.
Through the chair to Councillor Bonner. So actually, the two options we put before you, we weren't going to use anything from property taxes for implementation, only once we get to ongoing operating costs, although of course that would be a third option for you. The two options we are suggesting is to fund it from Community Works Fund, and then the balance from your Special Initiatives Reserve or potentially your Strategic Infrastructure Reserve. If neither one of those were an option for council, the third option would be, of course, that we fund it from Community Works with the portions that are not eligible, because not all the costs are eligible for Community Works funding, could be funded from property taxation, and I believe that was about a 0.04% increase. And of course, if we don't spend the contingency, then those funds would go back to either the reserve or to surplus, depending on which funding source we use first when we're funding the project.
So I probably didn't explain my question properly.
Okay.
On the financial analysis sheet, Appendix A, Phase 4, Parks, Facilities, Asset Optimization Tools, that's where the $67,900 sits, and under possible funding source, it's Community Works / property tax. And I didn't know, has that changed over to all reserves, or is it some tax?
Through your worship to Councillor Turley, originally we had anticipated that the offset would be from general revenue. So in the business case, that is probably how we structured that. But now we have a couple of other funding sources that didn't affect taxes, and that's why those suggestions were put forward.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Good.
Councillor Gesselbrock?
Thank you, Worship. Question through to staff. So this would relate to a 0.04 tax percent increase under one of the options. Now, is there a way to fund this totally out of strategic infrastructure and community works, like out of the current appropriate reserve funds, or does it require at least some from taxation for the initial part of the project? And then we would sort of look at the ongoing operational costs sort of in 2025.
Yeah. So currently what we have identified is approximately 2.15 million could come from the Community Works Fund, and approximately 660,900 can be funded from the Special Initiatives Reserve or the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve. Or the other option is it could be funded from general taxation. But if you wanted to not affect taxes until 2025, those two reserves are a funding source for that remaining 661,000. From 2025 onwards, you would have operating costs, and that would be that would affect the tax rate.
Okay, so so we can completely fund this project right now without a tax increase if we.
That is correct.
Okay, great.
Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Worship. I recall this coming up last year, and us putting it off a year, and I think this is one of those items that can just perpetually be put off. just like asset management in general can be perpetually put off because it's something that you're actually trying to close a gap that was created before you, and not, I don't think, by any extreme willful sense that it was created. It just, assets weren't properly accounted for and their end of their life cycle wasn't properly considered in the past. So with that said, I would like to move option 1 that's on the screen there, that is using the primary funding from community work funds and the remainder from the special initiatives reserve, which would result in no tax increase in the immediate term, but at some point in the future there would be to fund the ongoing positions.
Councillor Hemmons jumped in before Councillor Armstrong. There appears to be a happy... Any, Councillor Martman?
Through you, Your Worship, do we not have more flexibility with the special initiatives reserve than we do with the strategic infrastructure reserve?
Ms. Mercer?
Through your worship to Councillor Martman, you have a lot of leeway with either one of them.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the strategic infrastructure reserve is really used to forward strategic initiatives from council or your strategic plan, and whereas the special initiatives reserve is probably a little bit more flexible than the strategic infrastructure reserve, but you have a lot of leeway with either one.
Okay, I'm comfortable with option number 1 then. I was thinking more towards option number 2, but I will support 1.
Councillor Bonner?
Thank you, Worship. I just want to let everybody know I'm fully in support of the program. I'm just looking at all their options in terms of financing it. The Community Works Fund, to me, is basically a gift from the government that gives us a fair amount of flexibility. And this is a big chunk of change coming out of that one fund. So that was my main concern about in terms of finding other avenues. I will vote in favor and continue on. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Motion's in front of us. All those in favor? Any contrary? I don't see any. Unanimous. Thank you very much. Isn't this fun spending money, eh? Ms. Mercer?
So our next position is the addition of a new buyer. And this is to add capacity to the purchasing department to implement the sustainable procurement program and other aspects of the purchasing department that'll help them keep on top of all of their work priorities. So what we're recommending is a July 1st implementation. And as this is an ongoing staffing cost, the funding source is general revenue, and it's approximately a 0.06% increase in 2021.
Councillor Bonner?
I will move the recommendation.
Seconded. Councillor Martman? Either of you wish to speak to it? Councillor Bonner?
Thank you, Worship. Part of the business case refers to a trailer, which is, I can see the rationale in the business case. I'm just not sure I necessarily agree with it. Do we need a trailer for this person? And is that coming out of general revenue, or like how are we paying for a trailer if we go that route?
Is it all general? Yeah, it's currently in the budget at all property taxes. Now, the reason why the trailer is added, because currently we are at capacity for office space out in purchasing. So we wouldn't and now with COVID rules on top of that, there really isn't, in past, we've doubled up in an office. We've had 2 people in an office. We cannot do that any longer because the offices are too small. So we would need a space, and until, if and when we have a new public works building, that would be addressed at that time, but an interim measure would be to have a trailer beside the building that would offer more office space as well as a meeting room for purchasing. And that's all being funded from general revenue at this point.
So if we were to fund the trailer from a reserve, because it is an asset and it is a one-time cost, I'm guessing.
If we rent, were we renting it? we were leasing it, so we're not actually purchasing it. It's an operating cost of having that trailer on site. So
I'm just trying to figure a way of keeping that tax increase down. So leasing the trailer. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is one of the ones that I struggled a bit with, but I'm having trouble supporting it because I view the Sustainable Procurement Program as a nice to have, but not a necessity. And so I would prefer us to not proceed this year, but to look at it again next year. Thank you.
Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. Speaking in support, as the city's representative to Coastal Communities Social Procurement Initiative and having some discussion with the consultant who is writing our plan and policy, I think we would be remiss to create policy and not resource it. And I believe that this is a policy direction that we set by purchasing our membership in CCSPI and continuing to work with our consultant around sustainable procurement. So I'm in favor. Thank you.
Councillor Martman.
Thank you. I'm in favor of the motion as well. I think we either walk the walk or we stop it. So as far as my understanding of this, the Sustainable Procurement Program will not be successful, will not move forward without us having a position to help support it. It's not huge dollars, but it could be a lot of value to our community. It could be value in goods, it could be value in local employment, local goods, and therefore I do support it. Thank you.
Councillor Gesselbach.
Thank you, Worship. For me, this position is quite tied to our procurement policy and our sustainable procurement policy, and I think that, you know, we are experiencing a time where we do need to really be wise about our financial investments and also just about the long-term economic health of the community and rebuilding better after COVID-19. And I think that when we take a close look at our procurement policy and our sustainable procurement policy, it's really about strengthening the local economy. And we do drive a lot of money and the money that we spend in the community. And if we're strategic around trying to strengthen local supply chains, trying to build sustainable relationships and an economy around that is really investment in a much stronger economy long term. And so the bit of money that we have to spend on the position, I think, has a compounding effect in terms of financial gains down the road. And that's the kind of decision making I think that we're expected to. So I'm supportive of this position. I think, you know, in this discussion also of adding new positions, it's difficult to have outside of the context of we do have to look at potential savings in our budget as well. And I think that, you know, I'm committed, and I know many others are committed to keeping our tax increase, you know, at the level that we had discussed. And so I think that we do need to look at where we can to make savings. But this is an important position for me, and I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I just looked down this relatively long list of items that we're going to consider this morning and this afternoon. And I have said before, and I'll repeat it this morning, that anytime we come to adding a position, I'm going to look very hard before I support that. There are some things on this list which I can be persuaded to support, but for me personally, this is not a priority. And I feel the city is doing a decent job in terms of its procurement policy as it is. I think there are other ways that I would rather spend money if we are going to add to our budget. So I will not support this one.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to staff, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. The addition of a buyer would essentially create additional capacity amongst that group and the financial team, as these contracts might get a little more complicated, but it wouldn't just be this person doing this work alone. It would be allowing all our buyers and those that are doing purchasing to have the training and the skill set to do these more advanced RFPs or RFIs, etc.
Yes, there is a requirement of the buyer who has sustainable procurement duties to keep on top of their knowledge of what's going on and what's upcoming with respect to that. The training component for the buyers themselves to be up to date on this, as well as the training for in-house staff are essential to have a successful program. So I think I answered your question.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is less about, it is a position, but it's less about a position. It's more about, for me anyways, and why I'll have my support is supporting, building on the good things that we're doing, but furthering that cultural shift and bringing it to the next level in how we do in our purchasing. So I absolutely will support this. I think it's, right now we're talking about additions. I do think there's some areas where we can see realize some savings or some reductions that can offset some of these additions, so I'll happily propose those later, but as it stands now, I will support this one.
Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, I'll be opposed to this for the same reasons as Councillor Thorpe. I feel our staff's doing a good job on this. I don't think this is a necessity at this particular time, especially with tax increases that we're already looking at. So for those reasons, I'm not supporting.
I'm going to speak very briefly to this. And I say this as someone who's part of a couple that saved for 10 years before we bought our first house. I'm a great believer in not indulging yourself in things that you can put off for a little while, and sacrifice, I think, is important. Having said that, the benefits to the local economy of us having a successful, sustainable procurement program, I think, outweigh the actual cost in this. And if COVID has taught us anything about supply chain and provision and charity beginning at home and all those good things, I think this is an aspect of it that I'm going to support. Councillor Hemmons.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. If we do this well, we will grow the local economy. We will buy more local goods. We will support more local employment. So yes, it's a buyer and it's one position and it is a tax increase, but we have a policy waiting for that buyer to operationalize that is going to add or it's going to strengthen our economy. So it's not a position for me, it's a philosophy, and our philosophy is that we do want to buy local. We want to and support our local employers, et cetera, et cetera. So very much in support of this.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Councillors Martman, Gesselbrock, Hemmons, Krogh, Brown and Bonner. Opposed? Councillors Armstrong, Thorpe and Turley. Motion carries. Thank you. Ms. Mercer.
Our next topic is the two police service positions, the digital forensic technician and the major case file specialist. As these are, again, ongoing staffing costs, the funding source is general revenue, and there is an approximately a 0.09% increase for each one of those.
Councillor Armstrong.
Question for Inspector Fletcher.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. So out of these two, if council was to support one, which would be the one that you would say is most important for police operations?
I think there was a movie about this called Sophie's Choice.
Yes.
I can't do one without the other. The first one is the digital forensic technician. That is the collection of the data that leads to the investigation that results in the charges that go forward to the major case file specialist and into Crown Counsel. So one is the ability to investigate a crime, and the other is the ability to get that crime once we have the data into the appropriate format so that Crown Counsel can read it.
Follow up, if I may. I understand because the digital forensic technician has a required specialty, like with computer degrees or whatever. But could you not use those members that are off injured or whatever to move into a major case file specialist?
Could I not use what, sorry?
Members that are on gradual return to works and extended gradual return to works, like a year to 2 years, or duty to accommodate to deal with those?
So we had an opportunity this spring to send someone for training, for example, on the digital forensic technician specialist. And we were proposing one of our regular members who has some computer skills, more so than the average member, and we were denied from access from the course. They said that it's a waste of training because they do not have the requisite formal education behind it, and they are going to the training and they're not being successful. So that is the answer to the digital forensic technician. On the major case specialist, we are currently using some of our police in that role because the need is so great. I was at a meeting in January with the serious crime unit. That is the unit that investigates violent offenses on persons. They were dealing with one of the matters that's very current. And they were literally in tears or anger over the frustration and the pressure and the responsibility that they felt to get this file developed in a way, not having the skills, not having the abilities. We've invested in training, but we're at a point where these people are formal experts. And we are trying to take the square peg into the round hole type analogy. They were just overwhelmed with the stress of knowing that they had individuals that they could charge, but they couldn't get it into the court. And the hours that went into that were beyond belief. And when they actually got the package into court, I mean, we are talking millions of gigabytes. Like, the data load is unbelievable. I don't have another option. I truly don't. We have been talking about this with City Council for, I know, from 2017 forward, and it was in our 2018 proposal. And we are at the critical point.
So just as a follow-up, just for those that don't realize what it does, this would be a lot of work around child pornography and child sexual offenses, is that correct? The majority of what they do?
For the digital forensic technician, it is very specifically around the child pornography files. That is, right now we have a backlog of 100 devices. We don't know the capacity that's within those devices. We prioritize them. If we send it out for analysis through independent private agencies, it's on average $6,000 a device. By the time you do the math, we're paying, like, we're not making good choices in doing that. We had a phone that was connected to a very serious violent offense that we sent to a national specialist within the RCMP to do it. They ended up sending it back because their priorities are national threat risk, and they're like, you won't get it there with a serious personal offense. So we were back to looking at local private industry to see if we can do that. It's costly.
Thank you.
It's not sustainable.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. First, a general question through to finance staff. I recall last year in this budget meeting, we had someone who was, as we were adding and subtracting, showing us what it was doing. Is that happening today, and can we? Okay, great. Thank you. Keeping us on track, I appreciate it. So to Inspector Fletcher, you had shown us headlines from Nanaimo articles talking about child pornography. Does Nanaimo have a bigger problem than other cities of our size? And to be clear, it's all a problem, but, you know.
Yeah. I'm trying to answer that. Our prosecution rate and our successful investigation rate is one of the best in the province, which is something I'm very proud of, because we are keeping young people who are being harmed safer. We are literally changing lives. And when I talk with our GIS investigators, I'm like, I need to give you the award for life-saving, because when they're able to change the trajectory of a victim's life and get them to a safe place through the identification of what's been going on, through the digital uploading and the active offending, and get that individual into a safe spot, what that does to their life is, it's just remarkable. And, you know, the challenge I'm having right now at the regular member side is the workload that they're facing is huge. And I know what it does to them personally. And I'm trying to balance my care and compassion for members with the protection of children. And those are not easy choices. To see that is not, it's not humane in terms of what the police officers are exposed to, nor is it anything that should be happening to individuals. So it's that struggle of, I need you to investigate this, and I know that it's hurting you in investigating it, but people are being hurt by the production of it.
Yeah, follow up if I may. I can't imagine what that job would be like, and I honor the struggle you're facing between member health and child safety. The digital forensic technician stood out to me as a key component of continuing to do that good work. Did I hear you accurately, though, however, that without the two positions in concert, what we could end up doing is creating more or capturing more data, but not actually prosecuting? So we're only doing half of the work.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. I can't in good conscience not support this, to be honest. When we talk about a lot of the downstream issues that, you know, whether it's our bylaw, whether it's our RCMP are facing, this is about as upstream as it gets. And, you know, it's not every person that is abused in this way is going to end up on the street, but it's pretty good. It's an element that puts people at a far increased risk of later that trauma negatively impacting their life down the line. So I have a question for you. We have a phased implementation of 15 police officers, and you know, you kind of have to be your eyes closed not to see that there's a need for some of that petty crime and things like that. But when I'm thinking about the future and trying to get upstream, if it came down to those three officers, that would be September, which are already delayed, and there may be further challenges in getting those members, would we be more successful in getting these two individuals in our community and working on some of these files? What I'm trying to say is, would that trade-off be worth it?
I'm not going to be nice to you today. I'm sorry. I'm not going to give you the answer that you want. We are very fortunate to have 3 new positions approved for funding in the new fiscal year. The plan for those 3 positions are, one of them is the General Investigative Services, which is the investigator that does the investigation, that gets the data into the forensic technician, that then goes to the major case specialist to the courts. So it's that if we lose that, we're slower at the investigative initiation. And then those files that are in existence, that are ongoing, wait longer as we prioritize them to try and get them investigated and then go down that chain. So that is where one of those 3 positions go. In planning for this year and moving into the next fiscal year, the other 2 positions, we have taken members from the watch and shuffled them over to that crime reduction unit that we spoke of last month or earlier this month, and the 2 positions backfill that. So they are the individuals that go to the watch to fill the vacancies that we created by the crime reduction initiative to try and work on public safety, perception of the community, the targeted offender integration models. So do I pause the crime reduction unit that we're just getting ready to roll? We've got 2 positions from this fiscal year of 2020, and we were going to be offsetting the implementation with the additional 2 coming. So it's that challenge. Do I pause the crime reduction unit that goes for that whole community initiative on safety? It's very challenging. I don't have an easy answer for you, but that is the plan that is currently in place for those 3 positions. It does take us a sustained period of time to get them, so I was risking out the impact to the watch for the approximate 9+ months that it takes to get those positions into play.
Thanks.
So I'm sorry, I don't have an easy one for you.
That's okay. I didn't expect any easy answers. So.
We have 3 more speakers and no motion. Is there some interest in putting forward the motion? Councillor Martman?
Yes, actually. I will put forward the motion just to get it on the table, and then I just want to speak. I will put forward the motion. Can I do them both at once? Yes. For both option 1 and 2, since they're together?
Seconded, Councillor Armstrong.
And just...
Do you wish to speak to it?
Yes.
Please.
If I may. So I gather that's a 0.18% increase if I add those 2 together. So it's not a 1%, it's a 0.18. Yeah. I think that we can't look at this as an expense. I think we have to look at this as an investment. And it's an investment in the safety of our children. So how in good conscience can you not support that? We have to support it, right? I'm just wondering, along with what Councillor Brown said, what, to the best of your knowledge, would you anticipate the ability of being able to hire in a timely manner?
They are out there in the industry. We're hoping that this would be something that council would support. We have the job applications and the credentials lined up with HR. We know that there are people who are getting these areas of expertise through BCIT and some of the tech programs. So it is hiring people who have the assets and trained. We were able to hire a major case specialist last year, and she came from Surrey, already trained, ready to go. Her expertise streamlined things in such a way that it was unbelievable. What cops had been banging their heads on the terminals trying to do, she had the requisite training. The efficiency that came with that is huge. So this is to keep that rolling because of the backlog that is present.
Thank you.
Councillor Shirley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a question because I was a bit confused on the answer, and that is, are these are not member or RCMP officers looking for their civilians to fill?
They're municipal employees, that's correct.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Worship. I do think that we have a moral obligation to support these positions. It's a sad fact that 1 in 5 children live in poverty in Canada, and comparatively to other places, Nanaimo is one of the highest rates of child poverty, and I think that does leave children vulnerable to this type of predation, and it's horrific. It's horrific on the folks that have to investigate it, and it's more horrific on the children. We obviously are in a difficult place with this budget, and we made commitments, and I think that I understand that there is challenges in terms of if we were to delay the hiring of the other 3 police officers, everything is connected and combined, and it's also difficult to predict, how quickly officers will come, given the challenges with training. We are also facing some space needs. So I will be supporting definitely the inclusion of these positions into our budget. I am also open to supporting delaying the hiring of the 3 other police officers till January 2022, and look for further discussion on that point. So yeah, and just thank you for bringing these positions forward, and I hope to get on this. Thank you.
I'm going to say very politely, conscious of time, we now have 3 speakers. Now we have 2 speakers. We have 1 speaker, Councillor Bonner, to speak to this.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's just a question, if I may, to Inspector Fletcher. How long do you expect, if this motion passed, that you would be able to have these 2 people opening up files and cell phones?
I would hope that we would be able to do it in the first half of the year. So if we were able to proceed, we would be starting come January with the approval and posting them and going forward with the selection process. And then it depends whether they're local or whether they move to the community.
Okay, thank you.
Gabor Mate said, surveying the human wreckage of the downtown east side, the one thing they had in common was trauma. And that trauma is often sexual. All those in favor? Any contrary? Motion carries. Thank you very much. We are now at break time, a little past. So I will take a 15-minute break. And please, if we can be all back here on time. Hi, Leonard Krogh here. I'm here with Karen Lindsay today. She's going to show me how to sign up for our app.
Voyant Alert, the City of Nanaimo's emergency notification system. So we'll start by going into the App Store, Mayor Krogh.
Done.
Next, you're going to hit search. And you're going to search for the app, which is Voyant Alert. So it's V-O-Y-E-N-T. Now you see, it's already selected it. Click there. Hit get, and then we're going to install.
And why are we downloading this app?
We're downloading that so that you can get this onto your phone system, and what it will do is it will send you a push notification out. So if the City of Nanaimo issues an emergency alert, it will actually push the notification out onto your phone. The really nice part of this app is that it's anonymous, so it goes by postal code. So we're not requesting you to put your name or personal information in. It just works off of the app through your phone system. There are also, if you have family members or friends that maybe don't have a smartphone or would like another way, you can also sign up online or call our Public Works Department, and they have phone and texting options available as well. So there's lots of options for people depending on what their needs are.
Fabulous. So you can rest with some comfort knowing you can find out what's necessary and know that people who are important to you are notified.
Absolutely. So now you have Voyant Alert on your phone. And now just select open. So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to tap in the postal code that it's prompting you.
All right. So
you just click on there and start entering. And then find on a map. So here you'll see the welcome page for the City of Nanaimo, and you want to subscribe to notifications, yes?
Yes.
Click that you agree to the terms, so click both to the yes for consent, and then hit next. And it's going to ask to either allow or not allow notifications, and you want to always allow.
Always allow.
Always allow. And the reason that is, if you don't allow, it won't push the notification out to you. So always allow.
Always allow.
And now you see here, you've got a message to accept that you've signed out. That's the two-factor authentication, and you're going to tap yes. And now you're in the system. Also, when you have a moment, we recommend that you pick your locations and sign up based on those locations, and then you'll get alerts from the City of Nanaimo.
Karen, thank you. Everyone, sign up.
Oh, hey, Tiana. Hey. It sure is the coldest rink in town.
Oh, yeah, buddy! Nice save, James! Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh. Go, 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 go! Penalty shot! Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, stand in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got a kid? Use the lid.
This is the 2018 redux of the lighting at Nanaimo's historic bastion. I've had the pleasure of being part of the relighting project on this amazing building in downtown Nanaimo. So what we did is we've replaced the original high-pressure sodium lights, which basically did an okay job of lighting up the bottom 10 feet of the building, and replaced them with modern LED lighting that has the capacity to change color. We can run through a number of different colors that we have pre-programmed here in a pink, a purple, a green. Probably my favorite on here is Rainbow Chase for Pride Week. It'll actually run all the way around the building all the time.
With this new technology, organizations can now request that the bastion be lit to promote their cause by going to the City Nanaimo website and following the instructions. Go to Your Government, Bastion Lighting Requests, complete the lighting request form, and submit. You will hear from us within a couple days if your request has been approved, and the bastion will be lit in the colors that you have requested. If you have any questions, please contact the Mayor's office at 250-755-4400.
So the next time you're in downtown Nanaimo at night, come on and check out the new dynamic lighting at the Bastion.
We're here today to make a couple street names. There was some vandalism in town, and we're just going to make replacements. In the roads today, we're doing our Dundas Street and Bruce Avenue. They're all 8-inch, and we use 3 different sizes, mostly 24-inch, 32-inch, and 36-inch. We do use a consistent font with street names. This is actually my metal blank, so the only material here is the material that I actually will cut out in vinyl. From here, we have to take out the vinyl that's not needed, which is the outer. So all we want to do is save the inside border. From here, we actually have to put a transfer tape on it. And what this does is it allows us to take the blue vinyl and pull it away from the clear backing that it's on, so we can apply it to our aluminum blank. Now that we have our 2 sheeted piece of vinyl, we take our aluminum blank, which has high intensity diamond grade, which you can see behind me. We have all different colors. We have orange, yellow, white, depending on the type of signs. Most of our white signs are regulatory, and the yellow ones are warning signs. And right here, all I'm doing is pushing the transfer tape a little tighter to the vinyl. And then from there, we peel it back, our plastic, which basically leaves us with a big sticker. We put it on the aluminum. And when we're done here, we take our transfer tape off, and as you can see, we're left with Dundas.
right, everyone, if we can reconvene. Ms. Mercer?
Thank you, Your Worship. Our next business case was for the Police Mental Health Outreach Team, and we have Inspector Fletcher to talk about the impacts, or that particular business case. This, again, would be funded through general revenue, and depending on how it's implemented, it could be about $610,000 to $1.35 million, depending on which option is chosen. We have two options. The first option is that council allocate $100,000 in 2021 to investigate the feasibility of a police mental health outreach team with community partners. And the second option is that council approve adding one police mental health outreach team, which represents 4 RCMP members, that would be an increase to the 2021 to 2025 financial plan, effective April 1st, 2022, with the understanding that the team will only proceed if provincial health partners provide required resources.
Inspector, do you wish to comment before we start talking about this?
I think I'll just wait and respond to where your questions are. Thank you.
Councillor Martman.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone who's done all the background work on this and the consideration that has gone into this. I put forward this business case back in the summer when there was concerns around mental health and wellness checks with RCMP, not only in Nanaimo, but in the province. And in looking at the options that are available for us now, and with COVID, and with us debating our priorities, me personally, I will speak to the council. I definitely don't want a $100,000 study. That's not where I want to see our money go. I think we already have programs that work in the province. We are very, very fortunate to have an inspector who also has that background. And so definitely the study is out of question in my personal opinion. Option number 2, if I read this correctly, would we be speaking of hiring, you're looking at a team of hiring 4 RCMP members over and above the 3 that are already budgeted? Oh, yeah, no. Okay. That I struggle with as well. I was hoping we'd be able to use existing officers and then liaison with health, with VIHA. Being that we're struggling, although I do realize that having a mental health outreach team is helpful to policing services, the number of calls have increased substantially. And part of this was brought about in order to support and assist the existing RCMP in the services we deliver. Having said that, and I don't think we need a motion to stay status quo. I think there would be no motion would be staying status quo. What my ask would be, and I don't know if there needs to be a motion or I'm just putting it out there, over this next year, I'm hopeful that the provincial government anyways is reviewing the RCMP, the Police Act, and maybe looking to provincially implement some type of programs like this in our province, because we know there's a gap in the policing service and the police are overworked and we're not providing the right services to our community. I don't know if we need a motion, but what I'd like to say is this doesn't lose sight, that it stays on our radar as health and wellness for our city, and that maybe we put this so that preparing, and we need to have conversations with VIHA. We can't do this without both at the table. That we arrange for some meetings in this fiscal year in 2021 and maybe get more prepared for 2022 if the province hasn't initiated it. So that's my thoughts to everybody.
Councillor Martman, I think your head and your heart are both in the right place today. And I think particularly given that we're still in line to receive a navigation center, which I think to some extent will have an impact on this. Having heard from Councillor Hemmons this morning about the expectations of what the Health and Housing Task Force will recommend, and given the placement of various ministers in the new provincial cabinet, one would hope that finally the government is getting their act together on this and doing what needs to be done. Councillor Turley.
Actually, I don't need to speak. I was asking about VIA, and I think Councillor Hartman's already expanded on that.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. I would just like to say that you have appointed one person to be the liaison in mental health, so I think that's a really good start. I would like to see a year from now what the recommendations are from the RCMP around that. And I'm really hopeful that you go back to the relationship that there used to be with VHA about, I guess it'd be about 3 years ago, maybe 4.
Probably greater than
where
that.
there was the regular meetings and it was being looked at, and then VHA pulled out of that. So I think, from my perspective, I would really like to see this council advocate that VHA go back to the table with the police, and that could be through the situation tables that are coming up, and start working back on that, because I thought it was very effective, and the calls for services diminished. I mean, what was it, I can't remember the name of it right now, the CAT team, or I think it was CAT team, would actually go to the briefings 7 o'clock in the morning, and then they would listen to who the concerns were. They'd go down to the cells, interview the people, they'd set them up, and that was, I thought, was an excellent way to do it, and then VHA pulled out. So I would like to advocate for that again. I think that would be far better than at this point adding 0.5% to our budget. So I want to thank Councillor Martman for bringing it forward, and also for her perspective on it. So won't be voting for anything.
Thank you very much, and conscious ka-ching of each item that we approve. We're adding up the total on top of the 3.2%. I'm happy to move on to the next item. Ms. Mercer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Our next one is the annual Community Watercourse Restoration Grant. And so this was at Council's request, and to establish a dedicated Community Watercourse Restoration Grant Program with annual funding of $20,000. So again, this is an ongoing annual expense. So it would be funded from general revenue at approximately a 0.02% increase.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move that the Community Watercourse Restoration Grant be added to the 2021-2025 financial plan and added from the special initiative and funded from the Special Initiatives Reserve in 2021 and 2022.
Seconded, Councillor Hemmons.
The restoration of creeks, rivers, streams, support local biodiversity, the hydrological services, and for community health, for access to nature is very important, especially empowering community members for taking responsibility and participating in restoring our natural environment. And I think with COVID, getting outside and doing something productive with community members is something that's very important. This is a small amount of money, and being wary of any increase to taxation instead of having it being withdrawn annually for the first 2 years. I'd like to see that pulled from the Community Initiatives Reserve. Thank you.
I have no one on the list. All those in favor? Any contrary? Councillors Thorpe and Turley. Thank you. Ms. Mercer.
Our next business case was for the manager of social planning, and again, that was a council request. And this was to increase our capacity to oversee the implementation of the city's social planning responsibilities and advance social planning initiatives. Again, on ongoing operating costs, so it will be funded from general revenue with an approximate 0.15% tax increase.
Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you. Given I was the person who initially moved this, I feel compelled to say something about it. I'm not going to move it as is. I'm not going to support this. What I was really trying to do was, we have really big recommendations coming out of the Health and Housing Task Force, and I was trying to earmark some funding. I know that our social planning staff is run off their feet right now. However, I think if we are successful in implementing the recommendations of the Health and Housing Task Force, that workload will drop as the system becomes more effective overall. So thank you to staff for presenting this and delivering the budget, or pardon me, the business case. I won't be moving it.
Councillor Martin.
I'm curious, I was trying to find the business case, but don't we already have a manager of social planning?
Mr. Lindsay will comment it.
I thought we had a manager.
We have a jack of all trades who's also a master of all trades. I mean that in a complimentary way, but one's expectations are a bit high as to what one individual can accomplish.
Yeah, the portfolio currently sits under Ms. Bopalsing as manager of community planning. So majority of her role is long-range planning, community planning. So Reimagine, our new OCP. She does have two social planners that report to her, so they carry that work. But she is the manager at this time that's tasked with that.
Our own Bartholomew Cubbins, Ms. Martman, councillor.
So just for my understanding in the background, Mr. Lindsay, oh, am I speaking? So Mr. Horn's position.
Mr. Horn was, when he was with the city, was a social planner, so not a manager, but a union staff member who reported to the manager of community planning. When he left, that position was filled by Ms. Constal.
Right.
And we also added another social planner, Dave Stewart. So we have two staff members, but the manager of that department is Ms. Bopalsing.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Worship. This is an area that I think that we definitely need increased capacity. I know it is a huge focus of development services within social planning, focusing on helping to coordinate and organize our response to homelessness and housing and other health issues. And I'm going to take Councillor Hemmond's lead on this and waiting in anticipation for the recommendations of the Health and Housing Task Force. But I would definitely like to see an increase in capacity in this realm resolved and dealt with before the end of this budget cycle. So I'll be taking a break on action in this direction, but hope to have that addressed in the next coming months. Thank you.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I commented earlier on what would be my approach to any addition of positions to the city. And I note several are coming up on our list, a couple of managers and other assorted ideas. I'll just say at this point that as I weigh them all, I tend to lean toward this one as having possibly the most value, certainly one of the higher values, and so I'd be inclined to support it before I supported some of the others. Thank you.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Worship. I tend to be in support of Councillor Thorpe's position. The one question I would have, Mr. Lindsay, is currently the Indigenous engagement is handled by the community planner, Ms. Bopalsing, and if we were to get the social planner manager, that then would stay with her because she, I believe, has developed relationships with them. So if it came to a choice, and it will, between this one and the Indigenous, this one wins hands down, because we are, despite what Councillor Hammond said, we are going through significant issues, challenges, time-wise for the staff, especially with the Old City Community Plan. I know many of us spent time at these pop-up places. Ms. Bopalsing was there 100% of the time, almost. And so my hat's off to her, and if this helps her to develop increasing relationships with our Indigenous population, then I'm all in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turley. I'm going to jump in today. I am getting the sense that Council believes there is a certainly overburdened section of Mr. Lindsay's shop in this area, but having said that, without the recommendations of the Health and Housing Task Force, without seeing what impact the Navigation Centre and other things may have, that there's a tentativeness around this, and that may well be the correct position. Alternatively, the budget will not be settled for a while yet, and I hate to kick a can down the road even for a few weeks or months, but I'm sensing that may be where we're going. Councillor Martman.
Thank you. Through you, Councillor Hemmons, I didn't quite understand. Was this position necessary for health and how? I didn't quite understand what you had said.
Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you. So I had moved this position to actually earmark funds rather than create the specific position because this was prior to having the recommendations. We now have them in draft form. And I was worried that we weren't putting any money aside. And so rather than, kind of spitballing what the recommendations were or going to be, I tried to take the money that we would allocate to this position, not necessarily create this position, but to just put it aside, to put the funding aside to operationalize the recommendations. So my intent was never to bring in a manager of social planning, and I apologize for that confusion. It was really just an opportunity to earmark some funds.
So you will not be supporting this?
No.
Thank you.
And at this point, we have no motion, and I'm going to barrel through if I'm not hearing any objections. The next item is the Manager of Social Planning. Pardon me, Sustainability.
Thank you. So this one, again, was a council request to oversee the city's current climate change adaptation, mitigation, and environmental protection initiatives, and meet the commitments of the BC Hydro Community Energy Manager Offer Program. So this would be a July 1st implementation for this position, and funding commitment under the BC Hydro Community Energy Manager Offer is to be confirmed, but that would be a partial funding source for this position. The remaining would be funded from general revenue with an approximate 0.05% increase in 2021 if we were successful in getting the grant from BC Hydro to cover this. So the potential motion on the table is add the Manager of Sustainability to the 2021-2025 financial plan, effective July 1st, 2021, contingent upon a successful grant application to the BC Hydro Community Energy Manager Offer Program.
And just to confirm, Ms. Mercer, the Community Energy Manager Offer Program is for what length of time?
2 years.
So it is possible that we could hire someone for 2 years, secure the grant, and then change our minds, obviously, potentially, depending on what contractual arrangements are worked out with anyone we might hire in this position.
I'm not sure within the 2 years, I'm sure anything's possible, but I'm not sure what the commitment you sign when you agree to that, funding it for 2 years, okay. But assuming.
Thank you. Councillor Gesselbrock and then Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. I'd like to move that Council add a Manager of Sustainability to the 2021-2025 financial plan effective July 1st, 2021, and apply to the BC Hydro Community Energy Manager grant to fund a portion of the position.
Are you reading your own motion, or that's not?
Yeah, it's my motion is a little bit different, but.
Seconded, Councillor Bonner. Perhaps you could reread that then.
That Council add a Manager Sustainability to the 2021 and 2025 financial plan effective July 1st, 2021, and apply to the BC Hydro Community Energy Manager grant to fund a portion of the position.
So your proposal is to fund it, period, not be contingent upon Hydro offering to pay for part of it?
Yeah.
Okay. And seconded by Councillor Bonner. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, we have a wide list of current and proposed initiatives related to environmental protection, climate action, and sustainability. Environmental sustainability is a cornerstone of our strategic plan and something the city is committed to taking seriously for a long time. Coming online with the Reimagine Nanaimo, we have a new climate resiliency plan and an emissions reduction community sustainability plan that require an increase in city effort to implement key strategies. This will require an increase in management capacity to coordinate action across departments and in the community. Currently, the responsibility of managing sustainability initiatives, such as climate action, fall to the manager of engineering and environment within the development approvals department. Outside of the increased demands that will be required by our climate and sustainability plans, this manager is already experiencing an increased workload because of high volumes of development approvals. As outlined in the business case, the addition of a new manager of sustainability will not only provide the needed capacity to realize our climate adaptation and mitigation plans, but will have the added benefit of freeing up capacity in the management of development, engineering, design, review, and approvals. The proposed manager position is an important position to realize key sustainability goals, to protect our environment, reduce contribution to global emissions, and adapting to changing climate. When we are looking to rebuild better after COVID-19, this position presents a lot of added value, with the additional benefit of potentially being partially funded by PC Hydro. So I hope Council will take this position into consideration, and from the conversations that staff have already had with BC Hydro, they seem supportive of this position and are willing to support it. So I'm confident that the grant application will be successful. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Gesselbrock. Before I go to Councillors Armstrong, Turley, Thorpe, and Brown in that order, I wonder if staff can answer this question. Quite frankly, I can't see why Hydro would be interested in funding the position if we've agreed to pay for it, and might well impact on the success of our application. I wonder if anyone can comment on that. I certainly wouldn't be spending money, as I'm sure there'll be lots of folks around the province who want to do this. So, Mr. Lindsay?
Your Worship, I think based on our discussions with BC Hydro, the funding is available, the program is available. It's more dependent, I would say, on them agreeing to the work plan that this individual would carry out. So it would be, I think if we were able to, as Councillor Gesselbrock suggested, if we were able to get to a point where they agreed and signed off on the work plan and they see a return on their investment, I think that we'd have a high likelihood of success.
And so if we present a work plan ahead of time before we make application, which means it's likely that we would receive the funds, and if we don't, then we're not likely to get the funds and we'll be paying for the sustainability manager entirely on our own. I must say, and I don't usually interrupt the list and let other council members speak, I would happily support option one, the option, pardon me, prepared by staff, but I will not support Councillor Gesselbrock's motion as it stands. Councillor Armstrong.
I was going to say the same thing. I would support option one as it is on the paper. I'm concerned if we don't get the grant, what would be the cost? I see right now it's 0.05% with the grant. Do you know what it would be without the grant?
Well, that'll take us a minute, but we can give you an idea.
This is one that I really struggled with, but I think having the grant there makes a big difference, and then we can reassess after 2 years as to the viability of the program. Is it working? Is it meeting the needs? So I would support the option as it was written, but I just can't support the one without successful grant application. Thank you.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Worship. I agree with yourself and Councillor Armstrong. I'm really hesitant not having the word contingent upon in the motion because I can see all kinds of scenarios that could happen. And, you know, we're being assured that perhaps it wouldn't happen, but I never like to say never. So without those two key words in the motion, I could foresee that we end up, particularly with the conditions that BC Hydro attached to the grant being 50% related to electricity as opposed to other issues, the risk is too high for me. Thank you.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, first I want to acknowledge the good work that Mr. Lawrence and other staff members are doing in this area. I might have been persuaded to accept the original option, although I still have severe reservations even at that, because to me this is a nice to have. but it's not a basic necessity for our citizens or for our city at this time. And I know in the long term, again, it would be great. But we're in a special situation now where I think we have to be really careful of how we spend our dollars. And certainly I will not support the revised option that is not contingent upon getting a grant. Thank you.
Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Worship. I absolutely will be supporting this. I would support 10 more of these positions. It is literally the greatest single challenge our species has had to face since industrialization and runaway climate change. So I think climate change is continually delayed and denied, and we're at the point that we are out of time in solving it. And even with our best efforts, we may barely be able to squeak in at 2.0 degrees warming, which has disastrous consequences. So I think everybody and every government needs to be doing their part. I do think we've traditionally been a leader in this field, and I think that's great, but if you look at the numbers, being a leader in the field was not actually tackling the problem, and the problem has grown. So, yeah, like I said, fully supportive, would support resourcing this type of topic to a degree that, whatever it takes, essentially.
Councillor Kesselbrock.
Thank you, Worship. I definitely acknowledge and empathize. We are under financial constraints, and I think that it's very prudent to apply for the BC Hydro Community Energy Grant, and I'm almost 100% certain that we're going to get it. I think last few days when I've been thinking about it, I've just been irritated about having to keep stepping back, ass around this manager, and I think that despite the good effort that has been going into sustainability and addressing climate initiatives and environmental protection, I still think on a whole it is undervalued and that the level of effort isn't there. And so I don't want to have to feel that to keep compromising that contingent on lowering the cost of it. That the cost of having to adapt to the changing climate, having to build a new way of doing business and an economy that functions is going to be enormous if we don't start really putting energy and effort behind this. This will give us payback. However, we need to have the strategic capacity to work across departments on all different types of initiatives, being it different types of engineering projects, relooking at zoning, bylaws, every aspect of energy efficiency, and you need to have somebody with the expertise and be at the table to be able to provide that direction. And so I feel a little bit that the BC Hydro Community Energy Grant is going to constrain this position a bit because of the reporting requirements. I'm willing to make that compromise to have this grant be part of this position. I don't fully agree with it, but I am willing to compromise. But I did want to pull out that word contingent because if for whatever reason BC Hydro doesn't approve it, I think that we definitely still need to go ahead with this and get this position in. So that's my thank you.
Councillor Martman.
Thank you. And I concur with Councillor Gesselbrock. Being the optimist, I would hope that the BC Hydro Community Fund would come through. But I note in the expected outcome, this not only ties to climate, which, by the way, this council did state a climate emergency at the beginning of our term, saying to the citizens of Nanaimo that climate and response to climate change would be definitely one of our priorities. Having said that, this also ties into economy because volume of developmental approvals has increased substantially in recent years, which has resulted in a significant increase to the workload of the manager of engineering and environment and the staff involved to develop engineering review. So this actually ties in to helping with development and how we develop our city and the approvals going forward. At first, I was going to go for option number 1, but having heard Councillor Gesselbrock and knowing that climate change is definitely, along with child pornography, incredibly important to our community, that we take action on this. And so therefore, I would support the option, the motion on the table. Thank you.
Councillor Hemmons.
Excuse me, thank you, Your Worship. Like Councillor Martman, I was happy with this one, but I have been convinced that the BC Hydro program is very likely to support us, and I'm fully convinced that we need this position in terms of resourcing what we said we were going to do. Just like the buyer, this is another one of we've said we want to do something, and now we have to put resources to it if we actually want to accomplish it. So I'm convinced by Councillor Gesselbrock's argument, and I'll be voting in favour. Thank you.
As much as I appreciate the high idealism appropriately expressed by most members of council, and with the exception of probably outgoing President Trump, who denies climate change, everyone around this table gets it. But we are not just responsible for our children's future, we're responsible stewards of the current assets and incomes and assets of the taxpayers of Nanaimo. And quite frankly, staff, in my view, presented us with the appropriate motion. I'm not going to support it for that reason. Again, I emphasize I would happily support the motion that makes this contingent, because it appears if we tailor our program appropriately, we will have half of it paid for by BC Hydro, as opposed to taking it out of the pockets of the whole bunch of people in this community, both poor and rich. I can't see any sense why we wouldn't take advantage of that option. So, all those in favour of Councillor Gesselbrock's motion, which I emphasize is not contingent upon a grant application. Councillors Martman, Gesselbrock, Hemmons, Brown and Bonner. Those opposed, Councillors Armstrong, Krogh, Thorpe and Turley. The motion carries. Thank you. The next is the Indigenous Engagement Specialist, Ms. Mercer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, another council request, and this is for the resourcing for Indigenous Relations and Engagement. And the option before you is for council to add this position effective January 1st, 2021. And again, it's an ongoing position, so funding sources would be general revenue.
Councillor Armstrong.
I'll be opposed to this right now because at the POG, we are working on an advisory committee that will be coming forward to the POG first for approval, and then it will come after the POG approves it. It will go to the respective councils, to chief and council, and then, excuse me, to the city councillors to look at it, which I think will actually very effectively deal with the engagement specialist at a cost much less than a full salaried position would be. I believe the estimates are $25,000 from the city and $25,000 from the First Nations. So for those reasons, I would like to, well, I guess I can't defer it, but I would like to say I would like to wait until we have the option to look at that, which will, hopefully the draft should be to the POG either December 17th or the first meeting in January, which would give us time before a final decision had to be made. Thank you.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe I was the one that put forward this motion. I'm going to not put it forward now. And the reason being is not because I don't believe we need this position. I honestly do, we believe this position. But for the situation is, I don't think everyone has a clear understanding of exactly what this position is. And I didn't quite get that out of the staff report either. And what I'm hearing from various other councillors, they can think it's an entirely different thing. So what I would prefer to do is that in the new year, we have a good, wholesome conversation about what an Indigenous engagement specialist position could be, should be, and looking at my references to the work, the great work that's being done in Vancouver on this subject. So I would look forward to that conversation in the new year.
Thank you, Councillor Bonner. Ms. Mercer, Municipal Enforcement Officers, change of hours.
Thank you, Your Worship. This position or this business case was to increase the hours of 2 municipal enforcement officers from 35 to 40 hours a week, and this would be in line with the other bylaw officers that changed their work week from 35, is it 35 to 45? Okay, sorry, 45, I think I might have said, it should be 40. There's a typo in there, I thought it was 40. So it was an increase from 35 to 40 hours per week, funded from general revenue, so that's approximately a 0.02% increase, and this would be effective January 1st.
Councillor Bonner?
Oh, sorry, I'm
Leftover, Councillor Armstrong.
I'm going to move the motion because I actually made this motion originally, which did pass, and then there was some confusion, but the motion always did include them, so I'll be moving that.
Councillor Brown has seconded. Councillor Turley's taken himself off the list. Councillor Brown, unless you feel compelled to speak to this. All those in favor? Any contrary? None. Motion carries. Thank you very much. I think we have put our money where our mouth is in recognizing the work of our much pressured bylaw officers in the community who are trying to cover a whole bunch of areas that, and taking a whole bunch of flack and dealing with a lot of circumstances that their positions weren't designed for. So this is a good move. Thank you. The next is the e-bike rebate program.
Yes, so this is was a council request to establish an e-bike grant program with an annual funding pool of $10,000 to be funded from the emissions reduction reserve, so there is no tax impact on this one, and that would be effective starting in 2021.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. Won't be pursuing this just right now. It's not off my radar, but I think any effective policy sort of has to be constructed in a way that it might drive change, and I'm not sure this one totally hits the mark there yet. So I think it's a good start, and it's good to see some potential options, but just want to reflect on it a little more and have some conversations with Mr. Lawrence and Mr. Lindsay on what some changes could look like.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Much appreciated. The next is the Community Clean Team. Ms. Mercer?
Yes, so there was the pilot project started in 2019, and it was called the Social Disorder Response Team at that point. And it was a collaborative approach to effectively and efficiently maintain the orderlinessly and cleanlinessly of the city's public spaces. And in May 2020, council extended that till the end of 2020. And so what this business case was for was to extend it for another 12 months to the end of 2021 with a projected cost of about $248,300. And the identified funding source is the Special Initiatives Reserve. You could also fund it from general revenue, but there would be a tax implication to that. Councillor
Armstrong.
I would like to move the recommendation that it get extend the pilot for additional 12 months, and then I'd like to speak to it. It's seconded.
Go ahead.
One of the concerns I have is we do have...
Councillor Martin seconded, yes.
One of the concerns I have is we do have people like the Van Al Clean Team that go out and they spend a lot of time bringing the garbage out, whatever. And I was just wondering if it's possible if they notified the clean team that they could then come pick it up for disposal, because they cleaned up, I think, 3 parks, like Barsby Park was just horrific. And they brought it all out, nobody picked it up, and then it just got dispersed all over again, needles all over the place. So just something I would like to see if we could possibly look at linking up to that team at a later date. That's, just for pickup, because the community did come together to buy them a truck to take them out, to take the garbage out to the dump. But I just think it would be great if we could support them.
Mr. Sims?
Your Worship, absolutely. The function of the clean team is working across departments, of course, with parks and bylaw officers, really to keep the streets clean and the parks clean and private properties clean as well. If there's some coordination needed, then they merely just have to contact Public Works.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll follow up with Mr. Sims after.
Very good. Councillor Turley?
Thank you, Worship. I just want to clarify something, that the motion is to extend the pilot to temporary, not a permanent. Right? Okay, thank you.
And Councillor Emmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Sims. Can you tell me approximately how much time the clean team spends on Wesley Street versus elsewhere in the city, and if that will be impacted now?
Thanks, Your Worship. I think we're about 2 to 3 hours a day, every weekday on Wesley Street. I think there's going to likely be some dispersal, so it'll be, you know, some longer travel time. So it'll just get rejigged. And I think there's a plan really that's, if we run out of encampments to clean up, then there's, you know, some focus on the downtown and make sure that things are tidied up there as much as possible. Like, so it would be like public facing cleaning as well.
I heard you say if we run out of encampments to clean up. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Turley?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I do support the option as proposed, because I think it's very important that we consider what is needed on an ongoing basis with all the moving parts involved in homelessness and social disorder. What is now may not be what is the current situation next year. So I like to leave those options open. And as a temporary issue, then if it was permanent, then we don't have a lot of options, but temporary we do. Thank you.
Seeing no further speakers, all those in favor? Any contrary? None. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Ms. Mercer, Municipal Services Inspector.
Oh, one more. Yes, thank you. The increase, this position is to increase internal capacity, which will allow for more projects to be inspected by city inspectors rather than external consultants. So the position includes a purchase of a fleet vehicle. We're anticipating a hybrid vehicle purchase, as well as the position will be partially funded by water and sewer. So the impact to general property taxation is mitigated a little bit. As it's an ongoing position, it will be funded from general revenue with the approximate increase of 0.11% in 2021. So there's two options before you. The first being council could add this position, the Municipal Service Inspector position, and fleet unit to 2021 to 2025 financial plan effective January 1st. Or you could add the position effective January 1st, and an additional unit to the city fleet could be funded through the emissions reduction reserve. So you would, your impact to taxes would be slightly less than 0.11%.
Before I go to Councillor Armstrong, just a question. We're paying for these services now with external inspectors.
That's my question.
We're paying for the work, correct? Sorry. We are paying for the work with external inspectors now, and we're anticipating a 0.11% increase, and I'm just wondering, are we not going to get a corresponding savings and reduction
That's where we need
costs?
to talk about our report.
Mr. Rosen, good morning. Nice to see you.
Is the mic on? Yeah, okay. So currently the city has staff inspectors, but we don't have enough capacity to inspect all the projects. So we're in a regular process of hiring consultants that have inspectors. And so what this would do is this would offset the inspector or consultant inspectors that we have to hire, essentially saving some money there.
So in other words,
I got the question.
The 0.11% may in fact not turn out to be an increase in costs. In fact, we may be able to save that money by not hiring contract. Am I missing something here, Ms. Mercer?
So Your Worship, the way it's charged now is those costs are generally charged to a project. So they get picked up in project costs, not necessarily in operating budgets. So there would be, now that this position is fully an operational cost or within the three funds, it has an impact to taxes. Whereas before, it would increase the cost of the project, which doesn't necessarily impact taxes at all.
I think I understand. Councillor Armstrong?
That was my question. It's like, I would like to know what the costs are of the external consults. Because that's important to me, because if we're only spending 60,000 and then we're going to be spending 110,000, that's a really important thing for me. So I can't support this until I know what the costs are. Secondly, if we do stay sometimes with the external consults, it does not impact on taxes because it can come from other funding sources from the project. So that's a concern for me, so I need more information before I can look at that. Thank you.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Worship. I think the issue of coming from taxes versus not coming from taxes is a bit of red herring, because whatever it is, if it's a municipal project, the funding, unless we get an outside source of funding, comes ultimately from taxes, because it goes through the reserve policy and then pulled out of reserve. So it's still city taxpayer money. Now, in the business case, under financial analysis, this was under option 1, which I'm not sure if that's the one we got up here or not, but the resulting net cost, if you look at it as a big picture, is 24,300 in year 1 and 27,000. That's the net cost. So in other words, I'm assuming that means taking the money that we expend that's included in a project cost for consultants, taking that off the cost of the position if the inspections are done in-house. Am I correct on that? Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Turley, if you can start again with the mic on.
Can you hear me now? Okay. I would like to move the staff recommendation, which is it number 2 that where we take the cost of the vehicle out of the, okay, the number 2. Thank you.
Is there a seconder? Councillor?
Number 2?
Number
Yes.
2.
Yes.
Seconded by Councillor Martman. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Turley, or?
I already did. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. I won't be supporting this. I'm okay with it coming out of capital right now. I do think it needs to be addressed long-term structurally, but more importantly, I raised this concern previously when the fleet vehicles for, I think it was building inspection, were purchased out of the emission reduction reserve. Really, I think those funds need to be used more for community-related items and reduction initiatives, not corporate reduction initiatives. So I think if we're going to do that, that's great, but I think we should be expensing it appropriately. So yeah, this is not something I'm comfortable driving up this year's budgetary increase with, and I'm definitely not comfortable using the emission reduction reserve for the vehicle.
Anyone else? Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Quickly, I will support this. To me, this goes back to what our mandate is at this table, and that is core services to our community and to our residents. And I think this will improve that. Yes, it comes at a cost, but I think it's money well worth spent, or well worth spending. And I see this as improving the efficiency of our entire inspection and approval process. So I will support it.
Thank you very much. No further speakers. All those in favor? Councillors Martman, Hemmons, Krogh, Thorpe, and Turley. Opposed? Councillors Armstrong, Gesselbrock, Bonner, and Brown. Motion carries. Thank you. The next is the project engineer position. Ms. Mercer.
Thank you. So this position is to increase internal capacity to manage city projects and reduce the use of contract project managers. And again, like the previous position, it will be partially funded through water and sewer funds. The bulk will come from general revenue, and that's an approximately a 0.11% increase. And the position would be in the budget effective January 1st.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. I have a question for Mr. Rosen and then a potential motion. It's my understanding from the presentation that this would essentially build some capacity to maybe advance some backlogs also on the active transportation projects list.
Through Your Worship, Councillor Brown. So the way this position would work is from a pure business case standpoint, we could take our existing workload, bring back some of the work that we have with consultants and do it internally at a cost savings that we've presented in the business case. Alternatively, we could continue on hiring consultants and add additional work in that either city staff could do or we could function as project management. And we balance that based on how much work we have to do in the capital plan. So it does both. It both saves us money and it provides some internal capacity to get more done. Because we have a bit of a backlog, we would probably focus on clearing that backlog for the next sort of year or two before we would really see a shift more towards staff doing some of that work. So initially it probably wouldn't be a savings, we'd just be able to get more work done.
Thank you. I would like to just get it on the floor and get us moving. I'd like to make the recommendation that the position of project engineer be funded as a term position from the Special Initiatives Reserve for 2021 and 2022. If there's a second, I'll speak to it.
Second, Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. I think there is a pretty solid business case for this, but being cognizant of the ever-increasing operational budget, it's gone higher than I was anticipating, and also acknowledgement of the backlog. I think having a term position to reduce that backlog and then reevaluating at that point what the strategic direction of maybe not this council, but the next one might be, if it makes sense for them to add it in as a full-time, then absolutely. If not, then the term ends and they can carry on.
Thank you, Councillor Martman.
Thank you. Through you, could you read the motion for me again, Councillor Brown?
Am I on? Okay. That the position of project engineer be funded as a term position from the Special Initiatives Reserve for 2021 and 2022. So as it is a term position, so that'd be a 2-year period, a term position funded from the Special Initiatives Reserve, so it would add capacity, hopefully add capacity for active transportation backlog removal, but also not drive a taxation increase over the next 2 years.
So, through you, is there ability to hire somebody with these abilities for 2 years?
Mr. Rosen.
Your Worship, to Councillor Martman, it can be extremely challenging to recruit the skill set. It's a very high functioning skill set. It's a professional engineer, and bringing someone like that on quite often requires relocation from a different community or what have you. And so it's quite a big decision for somebody, and doing that without a long-term commitment it can be quite a challenge. So it limits our ability to conduct recruitment.
That would be my concern, because you would almost, for this type of position for 2 years, almost have to contract out to get somebody to move, my experience in business. But I'm just wondering the same thing when we talk about reduce the use of contract project managers, and I couldn't find the information, but if we knew how much we spent on contract project managers in the previous year or previous 2 years, then we would know to be able to balance that this is coming out of general revenue now because we would have spent it anyways on project managers. Is there any estimate as to how much the project managers are costing us?
So we've had contract project managers over the past about 2 years, really to clear the backlog. So presently we don't have a contract like a seconded project manager working right now. It's something that we could explore going forward to sort of increase our capacity. We don't have that right now. I'm sure we could find out what the cost of having that project manager for the past couple of years was, but Ms. Fuller may have the answer.
Through the chair to Councillor Martman. So actually on page 2 of your business case for this position, we have identified that between March 1st, 2018 and April 30th, 2020, we've spent $495,000 on external project management.
And if I may, and that came out of general revenue, right?
Through the chair to Councillor Martman, no, it was charged to projects, so it depends what project that person worked on. They might have worked on a sewer project, then it would have come in from sewer funding. They might have worked on a water project. They may have worked on a active transportation project that was funded from Community Works. So it would all tie back to what the funding source of the project they worked on was. could have been a project that was funded from general revenue, but as we learned last week, the bulk of our projects are not funded from general revenue. They're funded from reserves or water, sewer, that sort of thing.
Okay. So we do have the ability when we need to fill a gap to be able to hire a contract manager. We're not having any issues with that.
It can be quite challenging to bring on a contract project manager because there has to be enough work for them to come on and sort of learn our processes. It takes quite a while for them to learn because we have our project management framework, which is unique to the city. We have our own sort of unique way we purchase goods and services and so on. It takes a project manager a while to figure that out. Quite often it could take 6 months or a year to really get them up to speed before they're really efficient.
Right.
So we do have the ability, but just for one project, we generally wouldn't just hire a contract project manager just for one project. It's really not very efficient or very effective. So one thing I just point out that if council does approve this project engineer, what it will allow us to do in future capital plans, because what we do right now is we factor in consulting and project management costs into projects. So as we build the next plan, it'll allow us to dial that back a little bit. So what'll end up happening is the project costs will go down commensurate with what the contribution this position can bring to the city.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So if Councillor Brown's motion passed, which is only for a 2-year period, we really wouldn't be spending any money unless we could find somebody we could hire.
I think what we would do is we would post the position and see what we would be able to get.
Okay.
But just my experience is in over the years being able to recruit for these very specialized technical positions, it could be very challenging finding somebody for that for just a 2-year term.
Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong.
So I guess my question is, would you say that the average salary is about 80,000, and then when you add on benefits, we're looking around 100 for this position? Because on my Google search, that's what it says, average project engineer serve in Vancouver is 70,000 based on 68 salaries.
And we're all looking at poor Miss Fuller again.
I know it's a little bit more than that. I believe it's closer to between 130, 150.
So why are we paying so much more than Vancouver and all these other communities?
That's all the benefits included.
Pardon me?
That would be all the
Oh,
benefits.
yeah, that's what I mean. Okay, so 132. So even at that, we've spent over 200,000 extra than if we would have had our own project engineer. So based on that, and hearing your comments about the issues with having the term, I would probably be in favor of the original motion. Thank you.
Sorry, in favor of a?
The original motion, not the term. I understand where Councillor Brown's coming from, because that wasn't information. Oh, sorry, my speaker's not on. So based on Councillor Brown's, that was my first inclination, is what Councillor Brown said, but if we're gonna struggle to get somebody for 2 years, then I'm really mixed on that, because we do see significant savings if we have our own on-site, and I think we need to keep one on-site, so I'm just struggling still.
Thank
Want
you.
to hear other people?
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think my hearing's going as well as my balance, so I apologize. Yeah, I was of mixed emotions on this topic, and I'm still not sure if I would support the original motion. I have a couple of concerns with Councillor Brown's alternate, and one of them I think Councillor Martman wisely raised was the difficulty of hiring a highly qualified person for a short period of time. But I also am curious if staff in the financial department are able to comment on the funding source that Councillor Brown was suggesting.
Through your worship to Councillor Thorpe, that was to be funded from the Special Initiatives Reserve, correct? It will probably take Ms. Fuller a couple minutes to get that.
Oh, that long?
Yeah.
We expect immediate response.
Through the chair to Councillor Thorpe, based on the decisions made this morning, if this one passed, you'd be sitting at about 3.9 million unallocated in your Special Initiatives Reserve. And of course, just want to remind you, you wouldn't want to take that right to zero, because you have to remember that what we anticipate that transfer into there is an estimate. We won't have final numbers till the end of the year. So just to caution you that don't spend it all today.
Thank you.
I'm done. Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Worship. Looking through the business case, one of the benefits under, and I'm assuming it would be the same under Councillor Brown's motion, is the lower cost. In-house hourly rate of $88, and currently we're paying $132.50 per hour. Now, in my past history being involved in business, that is only one factor involved in making a decision on whether to go ahead with something or not. One of the equal factors is the efficiency rate of the people or contractors that you're getting to look after the issues or the job. I guess I would be far more comfortable if I had an idea, and I'm not trying to be critical here, I'm just trying to get my head around the fact that a company, and I'm assuming that some of the companies that provide these contracted services may be local companies, I don't know that, but you can confirm that. And they may or may not be set up with efficiencies that the city may or may not have. And I guess I would prefer to defer this sort of decision until we have a better idea of what the actual cost per project would be, either up or down, as opposed to an hourly rate and a figure of what we spent during a fixed time period, because we don't know how many projects were completed for that amount of money versus how many projects the project engineer in-house could complete during the same period of time. And I realize there's different areas of expertise, and to my way of thinking, there's too many variables that are unknown at the moment to make me comfortable enough to vote for this. Thank you.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Worship. I would like to see added capacity in this area. I think that specifically around active transportation projects, there's a few that I think that this would really benefit from, and I hope that this position would be focused on supporting. We do have to be mindful of increased annualized costs, and I think that the proposal put by Councillor Brown is able to effectively address this. The ease of recruitment was one factor that I hadn't really thought about, and despite a potential of having some difficulty, I don't think that we're going to be harmed at all by putting it out there. And when I think what's happening economically across the country, there's going to be a desire to have this type of work in this community, and I don't foresee a huge obstacle, and the worst case scenario won't lead to any additional costs if it doesn't get filled, and we can reevaluate our strategy going forward. So I'm definitely supportive of funding this for 2 years from Strategic Infrastructure Reserve, and I look forward to the added capacity that it'll bring to our projects. Thank you.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. I'm also in support of the motion as it's said. I do understand and know the need for this position. I think we already have the position, we're just paying more than we should be paying for it, which is the thing. My question is, if we are already paying contractors to do this work, if we get the position, why can't we do what other companies do and contract our own staff to do the work so that the position is paid for from projects? This happens a lot in industries, and we did, Chrysler Canada did it a number of times. If a person was working on various jobs, then the job itself paid their wages, similar to what we do for contractors. So we're not paying it out of general revenue, it's still coming out of the project costs. So I'm wondering if that's something that's considered at all.
Mr. Rosen.
To your worship, Councillor Bonner, we generally do that, but it's done at a very high level. So, for example, the project engineer will work on projects within the sanitary sewer utility, the water utility, as well as transportation, storm drainage, and so on. My understanding is finance has a high-level way that they allocate the operating costs out at maybe on an annual basis. So maybe Ms. Fuller can elaborate on that a little bit.
Ms. Fuller.
Through the chair to Councillor Bonner, when we do the budget, there is certain expenses such as the current project engineers, our infrastructure planning staff, GIS resources, just to name a few, that are managers of utilities. They are charged partially out to sewer and water. So sewer and water do pay a portion of the cost. So we do an allocation, and it's like an internal charge that shows up so that property taxpayers are not paying for all the services that are provided to sewer and water. When a position, say, as Mr. Rosen's position, he's responsible for infrastructure that falls under general revenue, but he's also responsible for sewer and water infrastructure. So his wages and benefits are split out amongst the three funds.
So is what I'm saying workable? Then we could do that where the payment for the position would come from the actual project and it wouldn't come from general revenue?
Through the chair to Councillor Bonner, we don't charge staff to specific projects. We just charge a portion of their overall expense to the sewer and water fund. We don't charge them to specific projects. What you're talking about, that would be a change on how we do things, and I don't think you could just pick to do that then for one position. That'd be a whole change in how we do our whole system that we would have to look at. Because you couldn't cherry pick, oh, just because we want this position this way, let's do it this way. We have to treat all our positions the same.
Why?
Because how would you justify it? You have to have a rationale on how you do things. So how would we say that that project engineer is any different than other project engineers that already work for Mr. Rosen and who are split between the three different infrastructure types the way they are right now?
Okay, I think I hear your answer. Yeah, thanks.
So I can add a little bit more there. So consulting engineers typically charge a client based on the amount of hours they've spent on a particular project. And it's a very sort of rigorous process. At the city here, we don't have as rigorous a time accounting process. You know, we have, in the past, we have done that, but it adds quite a bit of extra sort of overhead time to a project to be able to account for every sort of hour you spend on an individual project. So at the city, we generally don't do that. But staff are sort of working on like a storm project or a water project or a sewer project, and we know generally how much time staff overall spend in each kind of category. So it gets pushed out sort of at that higher level, not at a specific project level.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. It's not too often I feel like Tightwad Tyler, but what I was sort of the intention here is I thought we were attempting to come at a certain budgetary marker, and I do not disagree that there is a much needed capacity, or that this department and some of our projects would benefit from capacity and seeing some of these things to completion, trying to reduce that capital expenditure and getting that structurally out of there, which I think makes a lot of sense. So, you know, we're sort of coming at from this with a backlog of projects, cognizant of any budgetary increase, but also the desire to see some of these projects realized for the community, and respecting that additional capacity need. I thought this was a good way to bridge that gap and revisit it after 2 years, or even before then, but revisited it in the budget moving forward, and let that. I think context will be a lot different in those future budgetary decisions, and it can be approached a little differently. But yeah, just really trying to be cognizant of the circumstance that we find ourselves in, which is obviously COVID and economic uncertainty, but also the need to see a lot of projects move forward, keep capital going, and adding that capacity and deliver on, I think, an area where community really wants to see projects delivered that they benefit from.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Your Worship. And trying to keep our taxes right now down to what I would hope be 3% by the time we're all done here. Could we hire the position? We're going to do it. Could we hire the position pay the first 2 years as the motion is recommended, and then put a 1.11% tax increase 3 years from now.
Through your worship to Councillor Bonner, yep, you could pick that up in the third year through taxes, yep. Keep that position ongoing, fund it for the first 2 years out of the Special Initiatives Reserve, and then fund it from general taxation after that.
So to me, that seems a good compromise here. We get the person we need. We'll be saving money in the long run. That money, we may not need the 1% tax 2 years ago because we've been saving money, and that can flow back in or however that works. The guy in the back room probably could figure that out. We don't, it doesn't engraze our taxes. So geez, world peace is next on my list. Anything else? So do we need a special motion for that, or like to change it, or?
Is there a current motion? I think there's.
Yes,
Councillor
the motion is Councillor Brown's motion.
Oh, Councillor Brown,
which says it's to be funded for the 2 years only term position.
So I would amend it to be hired a full-time position, the first 2 years paid out of special SIR or whatever, and then a further tax increase of 1.1% down the road.
Well,
Starting
it
in
may or may not be.
2020.
Not down the road.
But with respect, it may or may not be 0.11% by that point. So what the proposed motion that you would call for, if the mover and the seconder agreed to it, is that this position be funded, that it be funded for the first 2 years out of the, what's the name of the fund again? The Special Initiatives Fund, and thereafter from general revenue. Why don't you read your updated motion, Councillor Brown, and then with the consent of the mover and the seconder, maybe that's the one we'll look at dealing with.
Yeah, I think because I had included language around term position, and I think that's sort of a fundamental departure from that, but I think it would work if it's proposing an amendment that the position of project engineer be added to the 2021-2025 financial plan and funded from the Special Initiatives Reserve for 2021 and 2022. So if that's what you're moving.
Yeah, what he said.
Or amending.
And who seconded?
Your Worship, I believe it was Councillor Martman that seconded
Yes.
this. So if there's agreement from the seconder, then that is the new motion on the floor.
And you're agreeing to that. Very good. Councillor Bonner, you've spoken. Councillor Martman, you feel the necessity to say anything further? Councillor Thorpe?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. So I understand the intent of this, but what we're really doing is we're committing a future council to a tax increase. Or we're committing to lose a job after 2 years and tell that person, sorry, we're not prepared to budget for you anymore. So I'm not really comfortable going down this road. I think we either deal with it now and decide how we're going to pay for it if we want to, but let's not make promises to the future that we might not have control over. Thanks.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. I just want to say I agree with Councillor Thorpe. I think it sort of breaks the intention of what was originally there.
Councillor Bonner.
Hearing what Councillor Thorpe's saying is to a certain extent he's right, except we do this on a fairly regular basis, and I just have to point to our asset management 1% increase for until 2025. And that is guaranteeing a 1% increase for each one of those years. So it's not like we don't do this, and we haven't raised prices for future councils. Yeah. Thank you.
Anyone further? All those in favor of the, well, I'll call it the motion, because it's just the motion. All those in favor? Councillors Armstrong, Martman, Gesselbrock, Hemmens, Krogh, Bonner and Brown, and those opposed, Councillors Turley and Thorpe. Thank you, motion carries. Well, from the sewers potentially to the art gallery. Ms. Mercer.
So we have finished with all the business cases, and now we're on to some of the slides that you had seen on Monday. This one relates to...
Nope, it's just a follow-up there.
All right.
This relates to the presentation that the Nanaimo Art Gallery gave back in June and at that time they requested an increase for operating of $50,000 per year starting in 2021. And there is an escalating 2% annual increase in each further out year of that agreement. They also asked for an allocation of $10,000 annually for capital expenditures. That does not have an increasing component to it. It's a straight $10,000 over each year. And then their third ask was for a one-time $25,000 amount for the development of a feasibility report on the concept of an arts center and Nanaimo Art Gallery's Phase 3 project. So currently it's in the 2021 to 2025 financial plan, and it is budgeted from general revenue. An alternative funding source for the one-time grant for the feasibility report could be the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve if council felt that that was one of their a strategic priority. So there's two motions. One is to fund all three asks from general revenue, or option two is to fund the operating increases, which is the $50,000 and the $10,000 from general revenue, and fund the $25,000 one-time ask from the Strategic Initiative Reserves, or Infrastructure Reserve.
Councillor Kesselbrock.
Thank you, Worship. I was just wondering if we could address each of the funding requests individually, sort of the operating grant, then the capital expenditure grant, and then the allocation of the $25,000.
Ms. Gurry, no reason not to.
Your Worship, you would just have somebody move
Okay,
them one at a time and second.
I'd like to move that we allocate $10,000 annually to the Nanaimo Art Gallery for capital expenditures.
Mr. Seconder, Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Brown's got a question for staff.
Thank you, Worship. I might be a little bit confused on this. Is this already accounted for? Okay, perfect. Okay, good. So the decision point really is if we pull it out or where the $25,000 is funded from. Thank you.
So, Your Worship, just to get some clarification then, and this is my fault for having you move the motion, and it's already in the budget. So really, just to the finance team, is it really just the $25,000 that we're looking for a decision on?
Right now, currently, or take it all out. Those are kind of the, yeah.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Councillor Gesselbrock, you could withdraw that motion and second it. That's already done and accounted for, okay. So that motion isn't actually necessary. You have already agreed to do that to $10,000. So unless there's a motion to not do it, we can withdraw that motion.
Councillor Gesselbrock, I heard him withdraw, and we have consent on that, and so we're only dealing with the allocation of the $25,000 for the feasibility concept. Councillor Armstrong?
I do have a question on that. So one of the concerns, and we hear it often from the arts community, is there's no spot for them. So what we're doing is we're supporting a gallery that doesn't support local artists. So in that feasibility study, would we be looking for a place where local artists could go to display their works as well as to work?
Your Worship, thank you for this. Just a little bit of background. So this process started over a year ago, and the Art Gallery was presenting a number of options, and we came to you with two different reports. And so the one report that recommended the 25, it actually, that study would be worked with the culture group would actually fund this. And if you remember, I know it's a ways back, is that feasibility study will look at all those kind of art space needs.
Okay,
so
then
it'll be included in that feasibility.
With that information, I'd like to move the recommendation to allocate the $25,000.
Mr. Seconder? Seconded, Councillor Martman.
Your Worship, can I just get clarification that that is coming from the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve or general? Is that right?
Strategic Infrastructure Reserve, the way it's written.
All right.
Option number 2.
Yeah, sorry, from option number 2. My apologies. Thank you, Councillor Brown.
The third piece of option number 2.
It's
Councillor
only one I
Armstrong,
can see.
you don't need to speak to
No,
it.
I
I'm
don't need
going
to speak
assume.
to it because I wanted to make sure that our local community was being consulted.
Point of clarity.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
So are we, is the motion on the floor just for the allocation of the 25,000, or does it also include the operational? No.
No, because those are included in the budget already.
Okay.
So all we're dealing with is the third aspect of option number 2, which is that allocating 25,000 for the feasibility report of the concept of the Arts Centre and funded from the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, if I may, to Mr. Harding. I guess the only thing that I'm inclined to support this, but the thing that sort of bothers me a little bit or confuses me is that we seem to be lumping two things together, two things that are probably related but not necessarily. And that is that we're talking about a feasibility report for, number one, the concept of an arts centre. Well, to me, that could be something quite separate than expansion to phase 3 of the art gallery per se. So are we deliberately trying to mix things together here? Because I don't see these as necessarily being components.
Your Worship, and again, this is one of the issues when we do a lot of this for initial reporting and work with you back in, we started with February, and then between the February report and the June report, Council had a lot of requests regarding how do you deal with, just similar in what Councillor Armstrong said, some of the other art needs. And so when we came back with the June report, we said we would, the Council requested that we include overall assessment of these needs. And so this is what this will happen. We believe that they can both be incorporated into that needs side of things, of where it is and what would be truly what's going on in the community. At the same time, a lot of the engagement that's going on through the Reimagine process has also been addressing some of these issues. So some of the reporting of that's already been going on with some of the engagement on the Reimagine, if that helps at all.
Well, I think it does, and I guess what's going to be very important is the engagement component, because I understand what phase 3 of the art gallery expansion might look like, but I don't sense any consensus from people I've talked to in the community about what an arts center might look like or who it would cater to. So if there's going to be public engagement on that, fair enough. Maybe that'll help give us direction, and so for that reason I might be inclined to support it.
And Your Worship, if I could just add a little bit more to Councillor Thorpe. So one of the components of the phase 3 of the art gallery, going back in time when we brought the portion of the art gallery from VIU down into the city and combined it together, there's a variety of phases that goes through it. And I think given a changing of aspects, that's why we think we can look at all those needs in the community, particularly the art side of things, of combining and saying, well, what could the phase 3 of the art gallery look like? And then what would that include some other of those needs that the community is talking about through the Reimagine process, or what Council was receiving from other artists earlier this year.
Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you. Through you. So my understanding with this motion is that instead of taking 25,000 out of general revenue, we're going to take it out of the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve. Correct? Saving us some money. Thank you.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Worship. I'm supportive of the allocation for the study. I think that's an important study to have completed, and it's a good place to fund it through the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve. My concern is that this study is going to also provide what potential opportunities are for the future expansion of the gallery and how it'll go forward. And we're already allocating $50,000 a year for something that we don't quite even know what exactly it is yet, because that information is going to come from the study. I think we are providing the gallery $165,000 a year annually. And in light of COVID and the financial pressures that we have been I guess, like, you know, when I think about the discussion around $50,000 for a manager of sustainability or for the expansion of the art gallery operating for something we don't even know yet what the different options are, I do have a bit of a question around council priorities. I just wanted to raise this flag it, and that's about it. Thank you.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Your Worship. So with regard to the money we currently spend on the art gallery on Commercial Street and the proposed increase, which we, I believe, passed earlier, I've been a somewhat regular attendee to some of their shows, and I think I have a fairly good idea of what it's all about. And for those of us who indicated that they would support the arts and culture, I think this is a valid expense. With regard to the $25,000 for a study, I think that probably goes a long way to hopefully resolving the concern that I have, and that is that with regard to the arts community outside of the art gallery, there's I guess the kindest word I can use is diversive. There's multiple parts that don't seem to be working together, and there's, in some cases, animosity. So I'm hoping that a feasibility study on what that would look like, and I have had discussions with members of the Art Gallery Board on this, that I'm quite insistent that they have to include in that feasibility study a look at involvement of other visual arts component of the community as opposed to one specific sector, because there's multiple sectors. So that's a long way of saying I'm in favor of it.
I thought you were quite eloquent, Councillor Turley. Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm also in support of the motion. I think keeping our art sector strong when people are really facing social isolation is important. I'm curious, though, the $25,000 feasibility report, will that be developed by art gallery staff? And my question for that, my reasoning for that question is, if we're looking at the concept of an art center in Nanaimo, I'm curious if art gallery staff will be biased towards expanding their own, their building to support that, or whether we're going to have someone else look outside of that.
Thank you, Your Worship, Councillor Hemmons. The intention here would be the cultural staff would run this in consultation with the art gallery and the other community group. So it would be working, our cultural section, working with the art gallery and then the community on this feasibility. Similar to what we did years ago when we moved them, we were able to move and consolidate the art gallery into the downtown area, into a city facility.
There's no question the fire at the old Gene Burns building created a lot of problems for local artists, many of whom had used those premises. I'm going to support this. I want to pay some tribute to Dennis McMahon, amongst others, who has lobbied long and hard on behalf of the community for a proper arts center. I think this is a very important first step, arts and culture are one of the main drivers in terms of attracting the kind of young, technical, bright people that we want to create and support and work in new industries, particularly around technology. So I think this is a forward step in every respect. So, seeing no other speakers, all those in favor? Contrary? None? Motion carries. I see, Ms. Gurry, we are at 11:58 by the clock in front of me, or 11:56, and with actually my iPhone. I'm going to suggest we take the break and we reconvene at 1 o'clock. Promptly, please, everyone. So you can enjoy lunch and get on with other tasks, as many of us probably have at the lunch hour, and appreciate the work of contribution of staff this morning. We will see you all at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Welcome to the city's South Fork Water Treatment Plant. This is where we take water that we would collect in our lakes and rivers, pipe it, we filter it and treat it before we send it off to the city's distribution system in your taps. This facility actually does a better job than most home filtration systems. The water that comes into your home that you use every day, that you bathe in every day, that you wash your clothes in every day, is cleaner than anything you can get anywhere.
Here you see filtration in action. It's kind of like watching paint dry. There's nothing to really see. But if you look in the tank, you'll see the froth on the top. That's dissolved organic matter, and when we aerate the tank, that froths up, and that's why that's up there.
We take all the little particles, all the organic matter, any insects or bugs that might be in the water, and pathogens that we're trying to filter out, they're all gone. We filter the water using a series of membranes.
So what we're looking at here is a membrane filtration module. So when I talk about the membranes filtering the water, this is what we're filtering the water with. And while you might think that the water flows through like the baleen of a whale, it's not true. These are hollow fiber membranes. So each of these little tiny strands are hollow, just like a shoelace. And the membrane is wrapped around the outside of these tiny little hollow fibers. So these sit in a bath of water, raw water, and then we pull the water through the wall of the straw or the shoelace, and then it travels along and it collects in this vessel at the end here. And this hole at the end is where we pull the water out.
And the membranes are like an almost impermeable waterproof layer that we pull the water through. So now we're just left with clean, pure drinking water. Take care.
This is the 2018 redux of the lighting at Nanaimo's historic bastion. I've had the pleasure of being part of the relighting project on this amazing building in downtown Nanaimo. So what we did is we've replaced the original high-pressure sodium lights, which basically did an okay job of lighting up the bottom 10 feet of the building, and replaced them with modern LED lighting that has the capacity to change color. We can run through a number of different colors that we have pre-programmed here in a pink, a purple, a green. Probably my favorite on here is Rainbow Chase for Pride Week. It'll actually run all the way around the building all the time.
With this new technology, organizations can now request that the bastion be lit to promote their cause by going to the City Nanaimo website and following the instructions. Go to Your Government, Bastion Lighting Requests, complete the lighting request form, and submit. You will hear from us within a couple days if your request has been approved, and the bastion will be lit in the colors that you have requested. If you have any questions, please contact the Mayor's office at 250-755-4400.
So the next time you're in downtown Nanaimo at night, come on and check out the new dynamic lighting at the Bastion.
Hey, Tiana. Hey. This sure is the coldest rink in town.
Thank you.
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh.
Go, 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 go. Penalty shot.
Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, stand in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got a kid? Use the lid.
What we have here is the Real Ice technology that was installed at the Nanaimo Ice Center. It allows us to use cold water from traditionally hot water that we used to use for making ice. Basically, the water will come in through the bottom, go in through a vortex idea, making the air bubbles microscopic in size, which makes a better, more dense sheet of ice.
Differences that you'll see with the Real Ice is there's less snow developed, so that's easier for cleaning, and also it's a denser, harder, clear ice. So the ice skaters will certainly enjoy that. And the city plans to implement Real Ice at our other 2 arenas as well. Some of the other efficiencies we've implemented in this facility are LED lights in some areas, and we've also, in the last few years, installed a higher efficiency refrigeration system, which lowers our energy costs. Both Zambonis at our facility are now electrically operated, so there's no harmful emissions, and they're very quiet as well. So what this means for the city is that we're able to use less energy and also reduce the amount of greenhouse gas emissions, which is more beneficial to the environment.
This is a plug catch basin. We have 10,000 plus of these in the city of Nanaimo with over 600 kilometers of road. Maintenance staff can't be everywhere at once. So we don't ask a lot for the city of Nanaimo residents, but if they know that they have one of these catch basins, clear it off with a shovel or a rake. Do not use your hands. If this gets plugged, you could ultimately flood a neighbor around the corner, flood a road, which is prone to hydroplaning. And if you're lucky enough that you have a green bin, by all means, throw the compost into the green bin. And if you don't, throw it into a composting pile. It's just going to make a lot of the roads much more clear once we have the debris lifted off. It's during a snow event, the catch basin can be plugged with snow. The resident knows the proximity of the catch basin, by all means, grab a shovel or a rake, don't use your hands, and clear it off again. This is ultimately going to save you from flooding, the road, or your neighbor. You know, as much as we want help cleaning the plug catch basins off, please do not assist us by trying to unplug a culvert. Call the city yard. They have 24/7 service. It's 250-758-5222. And also there is sandbags and sand available. Just bring a shovel.
This is one of the City of Nanaimo Public Works snow and ice control vehicles.
And this is actually set up for a brining unit right now, or anti-icing. And what brine is a 23.3% sodium chloride solution. And it comes out of the spray bars down here at the bottom, and it's made here at the Public Works Yard. It's a proactive method of snow and ice control, as when we know that there's a winter storm coming, we can actually lay this down on the road prior to the event.
By putting the brine down before the snow comes, it buys time, it lets us get on the roads, and then when we hit it with the plows, it doesn't stick. The snow doesn't stick, it comes off much easier. Whereas if we didn't brine, the snow has an opportunity to freeze to the road.
So another benefit of the brining or anti-icing unit is that during the frosty mornings, we can have it drive down the road, and then immediately the frost disappears as they're applying the brine.
Brine's a great tool for us. It's very cost effective. We can stretch our hard-pressed tax dollars to the maximum. We can make brine for cents on the dollar.
So the other thing that we ask is that everyone stays back from these anti-icing or any winter maintenance vehicles, as they have limited visibility and it's poor conditions out there, and they're trying to maneuver around everything. So just stay back and give them a little bit of room to operate and clear the roads.
So here we are in the Public Works Yard, City of Nanaimo, and what you look around, you can see our various tools that we use for snow and ice fighting. We have tandem trucks, 4x4 trucks, we have backhoes. All our trucks are capable of having front plows on them, and the larger trucks we have belly plows on them as well, and they all have a salter sander that can be mounted on the back.
This is another tool in our winter maintenance fleet. It's a salting machine. And what happens is that the salt gets loaded into this hopper, and on this conveyor where it gets hit with these two saddle tanks, which are full of brine. Then it comes out here on the spreader. And why we add the brine is that it reduces the amount of spray from the salt, so it doesn't bounce nearly as far, saving about 20 to 30% of our salt. As well, by using the anti-icing liquid on the salt, the activation starts right as it hits the road.
The purpose of the salt is to keep the roads bare, keep the ice from forming on the road. Again, safety for everyone, including ourselves and the public. That's why we put the salt down.
Today we're talking about clearing catch basins or road drains on residential roads. The first thing to understand is where the catch basin is in proximity to your residence. When clearing a catch basin or road drain, we want to make sure that you make yourself visible and aware of oncoming traffic. When clearing snow or debris from a catch basin, we ask that you put it in an area where it will not plug the catch basin again, not placing it on an already shoveled driveway or sidewalk. Sandbags are available at 2020 Labio Road 24/7. Just remember to make sure you bring a shovel. The City of Nanaimo and Public Works appreciate your help in keeping your catch basins clear. Thank you.
So this is one of our larger winter maintenance vehicles. They're very versatile in that they can be equipped with a lot of our different pieces of equipment. Right now this one has a front plow, a belly plow, as well as a salter or spreader box. We also have a brine unit that fits into this vehicle. This is the belly plow, and it's really good at removing hard-packed snow and ice. And then back up here to the front, we have what everyone is more familiar with. This front plow can push a lot of snow, so make sure that you slow down and keep your distance from the vehicles to ensure safety.
We have 17 vehicles that we use within the snow and ice operations for the city of Nanaimo. We also have an early shift that starts at 5 in the morning, and we have a night patrol, an afternoon shift, and an evening shift. They are eyes on the road, keeping us appraised of the conditions so that when the snow starts falling or ice starts forming on the roads, they can start salting and also call for other resources and mobilize the crews out. Our emergency routes, they are priority routes. They consist of roads that go to and from the hospitals, from the fire department stations, and from the BC ambulance stations. They're also their main commerce routes through the city of Nanaimo. So this allows commerce to happen during a snow event. So we hit those roads first. Once those are clear and open, then we move into the secondary roads, and then we move into the residential areas, which are dead-end roads and cul-de-sacs. And it can take up to 96 hours before we get into the residential areas. One of the side effects of plowing snow is it does end up on the sidewalk, and this can be very frustrating for homeowners and business owners that have just cleaned the sidewalk. It also pulls into their driveways. The crews try to keep it as close to the curb as they can, but we need to open the road right up to the curb to allow the drains to be exposed for when the snow starts to melt.
On snow days like this, the city of Nanaimo sends out a fleet of plows. How well equipped are these trucks?
They're really well equipped. We all have plows and sanders on them. We come with a belly plow too, so we're well prepared once we get a big snow like this. A lot of waves, a lot of friendly faces. People are pretty happy when you come and rescue them and clear off their road. So on our maps to determine where we go, we follow our red routes, which are our bus routes and our major routes, and they're first. Then our secondary routes are in purple, followed lastly by our side streets, which are in yellow. We try not to cover a nicely shoveled driveway, but sometimes we don't really have an option, and it's unfortunate. We're not trying to do it on purpose.
In some cases, the plows can't scrape heavily packed or iced snow right down to the surface of the pavement. So how does it clear away?
We're taking off as much as we can, and then we're putting lots of salt down to melt the rest. So sometimes it just takes a little bit longer, but it's usually pretty effective. Salting is really important because if we get it down like this, then roads won't freeze, and way safer for the drivers out there.
And in terms of safety and getting the job done, are there some challenges to plowing in Nanaimo?
Yeah, Nanaimo's got a lot of hills, a lot of narrow streets, cars parked on it. It can be pretty tough sometimes.
How can drivers parking on the side of the road in Nanaimo help?
Just make sure they're parked legally and as close to the curb as possible so we can widen the streets as much as we can. We don't always move very fast, but that's important to push the snow, so we really appreciate if people can give us a little bit of space. These are big trucks. We have salters going, spinning, and we're still on a lot of ice and snow, so when we try to go up a hill, if people are right behind us, it can be dangerous for everybody. So we appreciate if everybody can give us some space behind us, and we'll give lots of space in front.
hey, Tiana.
Hey.
It sure is the coldest rink in town.
Oh, yeah, buddy! Nice save, James!
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh. Go, 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 go! Penalty shot! Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, stand in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got it, kid? Use the lid.
Hi, Leonard Krogh here. I'm here with Karen Lindsay today. She's going to show me how to sign up for our app.
Voyant Alert, the City of Nanaimo's emergency notification system. So we'll start by going into the App Store, Mayor Krogh.
Done.
Next, you're going to hit search. And you're going to search for the app, which is Voyant Alert. So it's VOYENT. Now you see, it's already selected it. Click there, hit get, and then we're going to install.
And why are we downloading this app?
We're downloading that so that you can get this onto your phone system, and what it will do is it will send you a push notification out. So if the City of Nanaimo issues an emergency alert, it will actually push the notification out onto your phone. The really nice part of this app is that it's anonymous, so it goes by postal code. So we're not requesting you to put your name or personal information in, it just works off of the app through your phone system. There are also, if you have family members or friends that maybe don't have a smartphone or would like another way, you can also sign up online or call our Public Works Department, and they have phone and texting options available as well. So there's lots of options for people depending on what their needs are.
Fabulous. So you can rest with some comfort knowing you can find out what's necessary and know that people who are important to you are notified.
Absolutely. So now you have Voyant Alert on your phone. And now just select open. So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to tap in the postal code that it's prompting you.
All right. So
you just click on there and start entering. And then find on a map. So here you'll see the welcome page for the City of Nanaimo, and you want to subscribe to notifications, yes?
Yes.
Click that you agree to the terms, so click both to the yes for consent, and then hit next. And it's going to ask to either allow or not allow notifications, and you want to always allow.
Always allow.
Always allow. And the reason that is, if you don't allow, it won't push the notification out to you. So always allow.
Always allow.
And now you see here, you've got a message to accept that you've signed out. That's the two-factor authentication, and you're going to tap yes. And now you're in the system. Also, when you have a moment, we recommend that you pick your locations and sign up based on those locations, and then you'll get alerts from the City of Nanaimo.
Karen, thank you. Everyone, sign up. Next item is the start date of new positions delayed. Ms. Mercer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. So as part of effort to keep the tax increase down, we moved the start date to September 1st for 3 positions that were added in the 2020 to 2024 financial plan. And we're asking Council to consider moving those start dates back to January 1st for 1 or more of those positions. And the potential funding sources are the Special Initiatives Reserve or General Revenue. And so what we have 2 slides of potential motions. Each position has a motion for the different funding sources. So you could reinstate the start date of the manager of facility assets to January 1st, funded from the Special Initiatives Reserve, for January 1st to August 31st of 2021. And then the second option is the same thing, but funded from general revenue. And there is one for each of those positions. I'll go back to this screen because it shows dollar values and whatnot, but I can flip to the motions when you need me to.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. So there's 3 positions, correct? Just making sure. Yeah, okay. I would actually like to move that all 3 positions start January 1st, 2021, and that difference be made up from the Special Initiatives Reserve. And I can speak to it. I got a seconder here. I think it's pretty clear that we have really hardworking financial staff that have also, the capacity of the department has not, well, one, it sounds like it regressed from the numbers that we heard from the other day in terms of total numbers of human beings working on this. But I think we got a whole bunch of things where they're working really hard, they're doing a great job, but it only makes sense to me to not right this wrong, but make it whole. And so, especially as we start to move forward with, I think, a lot of the things that we want to move forward on. So having properly resourced departmental capacities is crucial for getting work done, but also not burning out the folks that have to do that work in absence of properly resourced departments. So I think, to me, this is a no-brainer, and I hope the rest of Council will support it.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
Just very supportive of this motion. Thanks.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Very supportive of the motion as well. My question is, have we accounted for this properly going in 2022 going forward as coming out of general reserves?
It's coming in years 2022 outwards. It's all funded from general taxation.
Okay, thanks.
Now, I'm sorry, Councillor Brown, did you actually make the motion?
Yeah. Yes, Your Worship. So Councillor Brown has moved all 3 positions with option 1 for all 3, which is funding from the Special Initiatives Reserve starting January 1st until the dates that they were set to start to, and then from then on it would be from general revenue.
And Councillor Gesselbrock, you have seconded.
I did, actually.
Sorry.
We started the meeting early, so yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Bonner, you wish to say anything further? No? Councillor Turley?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So I just want to clarify that the figures we see up there are for the full year or just for the January 1st to September portion?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Turley, that is just the portion from January 1st to September 1st.
And then the balance is already in the budget?
It is already in the budget.
Thank you.
From general taxation.
Councillor Bonner.
I do now have a question, if I may. Going back to how this whole system works, in the event that you don't get a possibility, one of these positions that are a little bit harder to find, and they start later on in the year, say July, the amount of money that we pulled out of Special Initiative Reserves would then be a carryover and then would go back into the reserve?
That's correct. Any amount, if we didn't fill these positions, say till July 1st, 6 months of that of funding would stay in the Special Initiatives Reserve. So it would be there to use for other initiatives. Yep.
Thank you.
Any further questions, comments? Motion's in front of you. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you very much. The next is reinstate projects.
So as a part of the property tax reduction, or keeping it within a reasonable amount that council had specified, we cut approximately $1 million out of general revenue funding for projects. So most of these projects, there's a list on the next page, which I will flip to, but we cut or moved out a number of items. And so what we're saying is, if council would like to reinstate some of these, you can choose from the list I'll flip to the next page. And potential funding sources for this are the Special Initiatives Reserve or the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve. And so here is the list of the things that were cut. Now, the total, keep in mind, the total is less than $1 million because there were some items that we had brought in-house, and they're going to work within our existing budgets to do.
Councillor Bonner, then Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Worship. Just a question. Where were these funded from before?
They were funded from general revenue. So for projects, we had just over $7 million funded. Is it 7? Sorry. We have a certain amount. It's about between $7 and $7.5 million funded from general revenue to fund projects. So what we did was we cut our funding of out of general revenue. We cut projects funding. And these were the projects that were cut or moved out. So the funding, we reduced taxes.
To reduce taxes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just a small portion of projects is funded from general revenue. Our 20-year investment plan showed that we should have an average of $7 million funded from general revenue each year, and we're trying to make that balance every year. But in order to keep the tax rate lower this year, we reduced about $1 million from that funding.
Councillor Armstrong.
Could I just please see where we're at the Special Initiatives Reserve with the stuff we've done, as well as the Strategic Infra Reserve? Because I understand that we will be getting recommendations from Health and Housing Task Force coming up that's going to require a certain amount. So I'd like to know what we're at to ensure there's money available.
Through the chair to Councillor Armstrong. So with the reinstatement of those 3 new positions, you're sitting at just under $3.7 million in your Special Initiatives Reserve, and you funded the art gallery feasibility study from your Strategic Infrastructure Reserve, so that brings that to about 2.28, almost 2.29 million there.
Thank you. So we have sufficient. Thanks.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Worship. The question I have is in regard to the, under transportation, the Bowen Park Trailway lighting. And because that is part of a larger project, sewer project coming through there, I guess the question I would have, is it going to happen next year, the lighting, or is it going to be done during the pipe laying?
Mr. Roseman.
Okay, thank you. Through your worship to Councillor Turley. So I understand the question to be the Bowen Park Trailway lighting project?
The timing of it, yeah.
The timing of it. Yeah. So that project would happen with the sewer project. What we did here is we had dialed back on the scope a little bit to make it fit within the budget. Mm-hmm. So the bare minimum for that project would be to put in the conduit and the bases for the lights. And then if we have sufficient funding, we would actually put the whole lighting in and actually light the trailway. We really want to at least build the underground work with the project. So this would allow us to reinstate the funding and complete the lighting.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. I just didn't know whether the project was going to carry over to 2022 when you get to that part of it, or whether it'll be during next year as well.
So
So this would be a piece of work that
take
we
to
would
get that
tender
far.
this work with the project.
Okay.
So it requires the financial commitment to go with the tender.
Perfect, good, thank you. And the difference between the 100,000 and the 200 is what you mentioned, yeah, thank you.
Councillor Thorpe, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not sure if you think it's appropriate at this time, but I'm going to be in favor of this item. I'd like to see all of these projects reinstated, and given the answer that we got to Councillor Armstrong's question of staff a minute ago, I'd be prepared to make a motion if you think it's appropriate at this time.
Please.
Then I would move the staff recommendation that we reinstate the project list in its entirety as we see it in front of us.
Seconded, Councillor Turley. Do you wish to say anything further, Councillor?
I don't think I need to, Your Worship. Thank you.
Mr. Rudolph.
No, I was just going to say, Your Worship, I mean, you could select some of them or not, but some of them are larger than others. But you know, I think you're dealing with it as a group, and it was a collective effort on staff to contribute to that list in an effort to, bring the tax rate down. So, yeah, any questions on any of those, or deal with them all at once, I guess.
In for a penny, in for a pound, it appears. Councillor Martman.
Thank you. Through you, what is the minimum that we need to keep in each of these reserves?
Ms. Fuller?
Through the chair to Councillor Martman. So in your special initiatives reserve, there is no minimum balance requirement, although as I mentioned earlier, I would caution you about spending it all just because it is an estimate, that opening balance, so it is subject to change. For your strategic infrastructure reserve, you have a minimum target balance of just over 320,000.
Thank you.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thanks. I just have a question about one of the projects. I mean, it is a very little bit of money, so it's not that big of a concern. But just curious, like with the Public Works Yard, if we are considering a renewal of that area, does this need to happen right away, the paving of it? Is it in bad shape, or is it something that we'd pave it and then have to tear it back up if we were going to do a renewal, a reconfig? Pardon?
Mr. Sims.
The Public Works Part Yard paving is to replace either some damaged pavement that's within the main yard, or to pave some of the areas that are not yet paved. So it really helps. You're correct, in the renewal of the facility may require some rejigging, but we'd be careful not to pave where we were going to put a new building, for sure.
Of course.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. I know you just told us a couple minutes ago, but I didn't get a chance to write them down. Could we have the totals for those two reserves, please?
Through the chair to Councillor Bonner. So for your special initiatives reserve, you're at just under 3.7 million, so 3.695 and change. And in your strategic infrastructure reserve, you're at 2.287 and change. And that one is the one with the $320,000 minimum balance, just over that, but 320.
Which you don't want us to spend all of it.
No, the special initiative reserve is the one that I want you to be cautious on, just because we're estimating what's going to go into that reserve, and until we have the year-end financial statements, we won't actually make that transfer into the reserve. So that number could change a bit of how much actually goes in. It could be a little bit more, but it also could be a little bit less.
It's not quite Stompin' Tom Connors, but
close enough. My question then is I'm kind of wanting to support Councillor Thorpe on this. This is his first motion. He hasn't been doing well today in terms of voting, but but I don't really know a lot about these projects to say yay or nay, like other than their recommendations, and they were in the program before. So I guess the question is, why were these ones taken out, and do they actually need to go back in?
Mr. Rosen, you get the hot potato.
Through your worship, Councillor Bonner. So a number of these particular line items, they're annual programs that we often have in the budget. So the emergency preemption, that's one where we have an annual program where we go in and we add emergency preemption devices to the signals to allow the ambulance and the fire department to be able to preempt those signals. So it's an annual program, and we looked at it and we thought we could just dial back on it for 1 year. Integrated survey control monuments, that's another annual program that we have. It's normally set at around $10,000 a year. So we just thought for 1 year we could dial back on it a little bit and maybe do 1 or 2 less monuments. The monuments are the ones that the surveyors use to establish their control for spatial surveys within the city. So it's a very important thing to continue to have the program. We just thought for 1 year we could throttle back on it without too much of an impact. The drainage infrastructure condition assessment program, we still have funding in there to do that, but it depends how much funding we have dictates how much CCTV we can do and assess our drainage infrastructure. We actually need a lot more than what's in there now, so we throttled back on it to save costs, but we'd really encourage council to include that one in because it really does allow us to have our eyes and ears on the condition of the drainage plant within the city. There's 3 contingencies up there. Those are again annual programs. We throttled back on them a little bit for 1 year just to provide a bit of cost savings. They're really important funds because they allow some flexibility for staff to deal with shortfalls on projects or deal with opportunities that come up with development. For example, if a developer is developing a small lot subdivision, we may partner with them to repave part of the road. It's really an opportunity that we would only have because of these opportunities that come up. Rail crossing repairs, that's one where we have close to 30 crossings within the city, and we have to make sure that they stay up to sort of the bare minimum safety standards, and we don't have a lot of latitude with that. So that's one where we thought we could throttle back a little bit for 1 year, but we would really prefer to keep them up to standard. And Mr. Sims already mentioned the Parks Yard paving. The Bowen Corridor traffic signal management or hardware, that's one where, as council is aware, we implemented a green wave on Bowen Road, but we're not getting the full value out of that because there's a small number of the signals, they're so old they can't actually be programmed properly. So this will allow us to replace those controllers and bring them up to standard so we can get the full benefit of the full green wave along Bowen Road. And then we already talked about the Bowen Park Trailway lighting.
Yeah, I can understand the rest of them there. I was just those other ones. Same question, I guess if we pull this out of the recommended fund and you don't use the contingency plans, it would go back into the fund, I'm guessing. Yeah, okay.
Councillor Himmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm a bit stumped, to be honest, because I didn't expect this motion from Councillor Thorpe, and I saw this slide as this is where we ask staff to kind of tighten belts and trim budgets, and this is what you guys have done, and these are the projects that you said could hold off for a year because we're dealing with a very tight budget. So I'm open to being convinced, but you know, close to $1 million from our strategic infrastructure reserve. I wasn't anticipating it, so I'm looking forward to hearing from my colleagues on this one.
Councillor Armstrong.
I'll be supporting the motion because these were on the books for last year and we took them off, so I think they're really important. Maintenance to me is critical. This is the core responsibilities of a council is what's on the sheet, so for me, it's a no-brainer it needs to be done, and we need to keep our city running in good repair, especially when it comes to looking at the assessment programs. The drainage, it could cost us, if we don't do that, instead of costing us $100,000 to do assessment, all of a sudden you could have a situation that happened on Bowen and we're out $200,000 or $300,000. So for me, I'm in favor of everything on it, so I'll be voting in favor. Plus it doesn't impact taxes.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. Just looking for clarification from either Councillor Thorpe or maybe Ms. Geary. The funding, and I think this is a product of how close the names of these reserves are confused. The funding for this would be from the Special Initiatives Reserve? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Turley.
Yes, thank you, Worship. Through you to the finance staff, just make sure that I understand that the reason these were able to come back is because we received the I'll call it the bonus money from the province that we weren't expecting. Is that one of the things that we were able to, because our income was lower last year, however, this topped it up, therefore we can bring these projects back, so we're not offside with the province on them, right?
Through your worship, yes, that is correct. The grant gave us a budget variance that we put into the Special Initiatives Reserve, so you could fund.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to state quickly, yes, these are projects that we'd looked at before and deferred them, and so they're not new. And for me, these are all, and I looked down the list carefully, these are all what I consider nuts and bolts projects of maintenance and improving our city. And so, you know, we've had other discussions earlier today about different positions which are of priorities to certain councillors. To me, it comes back to the basics, and I see these projects as relating to basic services and maintaining our infrastructure, and I think our citizens respect that. So I am in favor of all of them, and I will be voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thorpe, and I would emphasize that they're beyond basic in the sense that this is what we do. All of these projects relate to what the essential services of the city that we deliver to our citizens and that they expect to be maintained in an appropriate way. And I don't know that we're looking at a potential Bowen Road again in any of these, but I can just imagine if a signalized intersection wasn't functioning properly and somebody was killed or injured, you'd look back on this and say, well, that was a pretty stupid move if we didn't spend the $250,000. So I'm certainly going to support it. Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to confirm on the numbers. So if this was approved, that would bring the Special Initiatives Reserve to 2.8 million?
2.81.
Thank you.
Councillor Bonner?
Thank you, Your Worship. To your point, I thought the hardware upgrade was so that we can coordinate the lights so that the traffic can move faster through downtown.
Safely.
Safely, right, of course. I mean, other than the fact that if the lights weren't synced, then the cars would be going slower and they'd be stopping, go slower sort of thing. But I think I'm going to support this, but not for the reason that you probably suggested.
I don't want to get into an argument about safety, but traffic flowing smoothly is traffic that doesn't get involved in accidents. And that doesn't mean speed. Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Worship. I'm inclined to support this motion. I think that these are all projects that need to get done, and I think that there is sufficient funding within the Strategic Initiative Reserve to do it, and leave still quite a lot more to engage in other initiatives. So thank you.
Councillor Martman.
Thank you. Very quickly, I support this as well. And just for those that are watching, because we did get funding for COVID, we wouldn't be looking at this if we hadn't received the additional funding. So thank you.
All those in favor? Any contrary? None. Motion carried. Councillor Brown. We now have the Community Connect pilot extension.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this relates to the presentation you received at the November 18th Finance and Audit Committee, where the Community Connect group came and presented their plans for security in the downtown area. This motion only looks at the temporary or the extension of the pilot project to June 2021. The city's portion of that would be about $147,000, and we have identified some potential funding sources for that. The general revenue, which is approximately a 0.13% increase. You could use the Special Initiatives Reserve or the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve as well. So we had prepared 3 potential motions, one for each of those funding sources.
Councillor Armstrong.
As I said on Monday, I'm opposed to this. I think once we start doing this, we need to start doing this for all business areas, and I know we've had emails on that. We've also had emails from people in that business area that don't support it. We've only had one person's perspective on the effectiveness of the program. That's why I asked for it to go to GPC. I also think with the removal of those unfortunate people on Wesley Street and being moved to other facilities and other areas, that some of the issues that we're experiencing in that area will decline. So at this time, I can't support that. Even the dollar amount at $147,000, that would buy us another, or we could have another bylaw officer, we could have almost another police officer, 30,000 short of another police officer, and that's for a full year, not just 6 months. So for me, I just can't support this, because I think then we're, you know, right now we have Canadian Tire's paying for their own security, so do we pay for theirs? The malls pay for their own security, do we start paying for theirs? Because they pay more taxes than anybody. So for me, it's, you start setting a precedence, and I just don't think it's right. I voted in favor just to see, but based on the information so far, I just can't in good conscience pay that kind of cash. Thank you.
Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. I like the work that Community Connect has done. I know it's not perfect, and I know it's not supported by everyone. However, I think the Old City Quarter is a unique entity that is impacted by what is happening downtown more than any other group. And we don't have another plan in place. I agree with the changes on Wesley Street, we might have, we don't know what that's going to look like. Earlier, the work of the Health and Housing Task Force is really looking at that kind of bulge in the middle around homelessness. We're not necessarily dealing with the folks who are on Wesley Street, and a community group came forward to us with a potential plan. I don't think 6 months is long enough to test it. On Monday, actually, at lunch, I went up and I spoke just 5 random Old City Quarter business owners, and every single one of them told me that it was a valuable program. One woman, I'm not going to name, but she said she used to have a regular gentleman who would come in to her store and really was just looking to warm up. But because the owner didn't feel comfortable moving him along, he interrupted her business because she didn't feel comfortable kicking him out. But she said now that there's regular security patrol, she feels very comfortable because people are moving folks along. So, and there's another piece in this, and that's that I think there's a structure to Community Connect that we could potentially piggyback some outreach work on, and that is connected to the work of the Health and Housing Task Force, and it's not fleshed out, it's not clear right now, but I would prefer to see us keep this in the budget for the next 6 months, see how it goes, reconnect in with businesses, have the GPC that looks at the whole picture, because I really think this neighborhood, this business community has been impacted in a way that other businesses haven't. So I would actually like to make a motion that option number 2, please. Strategic infrastructure is the one. No, I'm sorry, special initiatives reserve. So that would be number 1. Thank you.
Seconded, Councillor Martman. Do you want to speak further to it? No. Councillor Martman.
Thank you. I'll support this, though I understand what Councillor Armstrong is saying, is that we have issues all throughout our city. I'm concerned not only, though, with the Old City Quarter, I'm also concerned with our downtown, right? But we've got some movement coming forward with the DMBIA that's being formed. The other thing is, this is only for 6 months. I am very optimistic that a year from now, our landscape in the city of Nanaimo should be changed. We have housing that's being built. We have housing that's even being built and finished right now out at Buttertubs and the mental health unit on Townsite. I am very hopeful that all the work we're doing with us in the province, and maybe eventually the feds will kick in something, that really 6 months is what we need, and I will support the program for that reason. Thank you.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I certainly understand the concerns of Councillor Armstrong, and I acknowledge those, and I've given this one a lot of thought. I am going to support it. I think it's worthwhile, as Councillor Hemmons said, to see how this goes for another 6 months. And I think that option one is the appropriate funding source rather than general revenue. And again, I don't like to repeat myself every time we discuss this, but for me, an important component of this is the fact that it's a partnership. And we had one business area come to us and offer to put money in the game and ask for our help to improve things in their area. And I respect that. And as far as other business areas in the city, if they want to do the same thing and put some money up front, I'd be more than happy to listen to their proposals as well. So I think this is a model which has a lot of potential. And for another 6 months, for the amount we're talking about from that reserve, I'm prepared to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
I do have a question for staff, and that's the legal precedence by doing this. So if Woodgrove comes to us, who spend well over $2 million, and they say we'll do the same amount, which is 20%, are we prepared to pay the 1.2 million, and what are requirements to do that? Because my understanding, the way the courts are looking at things, and I could be corrected, is that if you do one for one particular business, you need to do it for the other, or you're number one, you're doing favors for one particular area, not another. It's not transparent to the rest of the business community. And contrary to what Councillor Hammond says, Woodgrove has far more issues than the Old City Quarter. That's why they spend so much on security up there. The kids that are up there causing issues, the vagrants, the shoplifting. Terminal Park at one point had far more complaints at that area than the Old City Quarter did. So that's another one that's paying for their own security guards. So I just think we're going to open up a huge can of worms, and I really would like to have a legal opinion, because if we do it for this one and these ones comes forward, do we have to do it? Because if we do, I can conceivably see $5 to $6 million bare bones. And that's a huge issue. Same thing with the hospital. Do we now pay for the hospital security? Do we now pay for any private security? Because what we are now doing is we are providing at city expense private security for companies, which technically is against the charter, but the way we got around this was we gave the money to their business improvement. That's how it got around. Because legally we're not entitled to do it, to support private businesses the way we are. So if we're going to do it for one group, be prepared to do it for all, because the requests will start coming in. And I know I talked to, as I said before, Kevin Shaw. They've always wanted to do it on their own, so they've never asked the city for help. But they said if these other groups are gonna, we're gonna come and we're gonna be asking for the same amount. Then we're gonna get the downtown core, which is separate from the Old City Quarter. It's separate BIA, so then they're gonna ask for it. Are we gonna do every single mall, Rutherford, all of those? Canadian Tire, who takes it out of their own profits to do it. So I think we're sitting down, and I really think I would love to see or hear from Mr. Rudolph or whoever. Are we going to be obligated to do the same for anybody else comes forward, or do we find ourselves in court challenges to this? Thank you.
Mr. Rudolph.
Thank you, Your Worship. There's a business case that goes with this, or an outline of this, so we need to be mindful. Mr. Lindsay can make sure that you're clear on how this model works now, because there's a public realm and a private realm. So this is the city component is not necessarily intended to fund the private realm. So Mr. Lindsay probably can clarify that. And yeah, it may establish a precedent of some sort. But the other part of this is that there was a second piece to this whole scenario that was presented by the Community Connects, which was a larger study of the entire downtown. So which would put this in the context of something larger. But I'm going to, Mr. Lindsay's been asking, I think would like to come and speak on this a little bit. I think he can provide some clarification.
Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Your Worship. Did I say something? Oh. Sorry, not to, I know you're kind of in the middle of debating a motion, but maybe just to back up a step. I think many of the points raised by Councillor Armstrong, I think are points that staff had in our original report to you last, I guess it was in June now, when the original request came forward to do the pilot program in 2020. And this issue of setting an expectation that other groups, there is the challenge under the charter where we couldn't give, for example, a direct grant to a business like a mall, but because if there is a nonprofit available like the BIA where we can provide funds, that is something council can do. So that's why it's eligible here, but would not be eligible for Woodgrove Mall or Terminal Mall. But certainly any other BIA or other nonprofit could make a similar type request, absolutely. So, Your Worship, just as a couple points, and maybe I'll quickly just go over the business case. I think it was circulated to council just yesterday, I believe, so I apologize for the late notice on that. But just a reminder, so it was 136.5 that council contributed last year, or sorry, not last year, for this year, back in June. That money obviously runs out at the end of the year. You had a finance and audit ask on November 18th from Mr. Moss, representing the City Connect program, with their ask of $147,000 to bridge, plus establishing a local improvement area that would support this long-term for a broader area, but would have an expectation of a city cost of just over $582,000 a year, ongoing operating. So in the business case that we presented to council, because I think at the time in the debate of council back in June was, well, if you're going to spend this kind of money, are you better off to spend it on RCMP, more bylaw officers, more like what, if you're going to have that kind of expenditure, what is the best return on your investment on that? So in the business case, we tried to reflect upon that, and the first option was we already spend about $150,000, the city does, on security in the downtown now. We do, and I think we've told councils before, we end up spending most of that time, those hours are spent primarily in our parkades recently, just because those are the areas of highest need, and not out into the broader community. So that includes, that 150 includes the money we spend on the parkades, but also the money that Parks spends in Maffeo Park, for example, and that we've been spending this year up around the City Hall and Sark. So a considerable amount of money. So the first option in the business case was council could add another $150,000 to the security we spend in the downtown, effectively doubling the amount of security presence we had overnight in the downtown for 2021. And the recommendation was that, coupled with a study to look at overall security in the downtown to see what was the best path forward. Is it a local improvement area? Is it higher spending on a city security? Or is it investment in a program like Community Connect? So that was the first option in the business case. The second was to basically fund the bridge funding for Community Connect. And also, because that will end at June in council, you'd find yourself in the same position in June next year. You'd funded half a year. You have no money in the budget for the remaining half. So we thought it'd be important, if you do that on itself, to have also proceed with the study so you could have a better sense of how to proceed after that. And then the third option in the business case is proceeding with that, and so that there's some idea of where to go forward, actually set in motion the investigation of the local improvement area. But again, that cost of $582,000 a year. So those are the three options. I know I went over them high level. I think you have access to them, but certainly happy to answer any questions on those.
So, but there would be nothing preventing from Woodgrove for creating their own business improvement, would there? There are a bunch of businesses that are struggling and have to pay.
I'm not sure if under the charter you have the ability for one single property owner to form a business improvement area, but certainly if there were more than one
Well, they could
owner
go with
in the
Indigo.
Woodgrove Mall area, so if you had multiple
Yeah.
property owners combined to form a BIA, I think that would probably be.
So they could form like with Home Depot and those areas. So then we would be faced with that then.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. I'm going to reluctantly support this at Finance and Audit, but it's only because I am undecided upon it, actually. It's a relatively low amount of money, but I have a lot of concerns similar to Councillor Armstrong that I think I just need more time to work through them. Again, I feel like we're spending more and more money on downstream initiatives without any serious commitment to trying to spend some money within, obviously, with respect to what the city's resources on any upstream things. So again, it's just another continual ask for downstream, and I get it, they're acute, but at some point we got to make that turn and start focusing our resources in a different place that will hopefully have better long-term impacts other than just simply responding to the issues in front of us.
Exactly. You can take that and put it into.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Your Worship. 2 points. First of all, thank you. First of all, we were, many of us, several of us were elected on the improvement in the issues in the downtown core, including the Old City Quarter. And secondly, historically, during my several years as president of the Nanaimo City Center Association, I had the opportunity of talking to managers of malls and some of the bigger box stores with regard to, the challenges we're having downtown, what their solutions were, et cetera, et cetera. They basically said to me that, don't look at us as competition, because an improved downtown is an improved city, which affects all of us. So I think we really need to consider, we have an issue downtown, and whether it's the same as Woodgrove or whether it's the same as wherever else, the citizens' perspective of where the issues are is not at Woodgrove, it's downtown. And I really think that whatever we can do to try to alleviate those concerns is going to be a positive for everybody. Thank you.
Councillor Gesselbrock. Councillor Hemmons.
Oh, thank you. So just to follow up, I totally understand the precedent concerns. However, this is a 6-month pilot that's going to let us collect more data. And I really do feel, just like Councillor Turley said, that most residents would identify our downtown core as being the hardest hit by our homeless situation. And in terms of our work at the Health and Housing Task Force table, we do hear a lot about the connection between Wesley Street and food service providers that really create a bit of a highway in our Old City Quarter. So for me, funding or co-funding an initiative that is targeted specifically at one of our biggest problems that I think we all identify is reasonable. 6 months, and then we retest. Thank you.
I share many of the concerns of Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Brown's expressed them as well. I could sit here and rant all day about the breakdown of responsibilities of various levels of government, which has put us in this situation where there is such a disrespect for law enforcement that, people, even if they're not terribly addicted, feel comfortable committing all sorts of illegal acts day in, day out in public places because they don't care much. And we have street problems in our city that all involve a failure of senior levels of government to provide the services and facilities and supports that are necessary to keep people from ending up living in the streets. And I could go on ranting, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to say quite simply, I do this without any real enthusiasm because I think it is appalling that private businesses and private individuals continue to have to pay to provide security services, essentially, that we expect the state to provide. We have a police budget. They pay their taxes for that. And what we're really saying is we can't provide with our police forces and other levels of government the kind of protection and services you need. So, we'll partner with you now and you throw in some of your own money. It's like paying for, I won't go so far as to say it's like paying for a private army, but it's not far off the concept in principle. But I live in the day-to-day world, and Councillor Turley and I go back to the early days that I've mentioned before, the Business Improvement Association downtown. And this community is judged by the quality of life in its downtown streets. And for practical purposes, for the next 6 months, until we see the impact of whatever the government, the newly elected or re-elected government will do to address these issues that are chronic in this community and many others across the province, I just think this is a practical approach as a stopgap measure, but I'm certainly not suggesting that I will support this over the longer haul. I see no reason that private businesses and individuals, even if it's only 20%, should be paying for things which should be properly covered by ordinary policing services, and which we're not in a position to provide because the police are being expected to deliver services to individuals which are really health and related services, and the whole thing has become a bit of a mess. But I got to deal with what's real, so I'm voting for it. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Councillors Martman, Gesselbrock, Hemmons, Krogh, Thorpe, Bonner, and Turley. Those opposed, Councillor Armstrong and Councillor Brown. Thank you. Public art.
Thank you, Your Worship. There is, I'll do an update. I had Mr. Harding informed me that he's making a change to his public art budget, and that it will be $100,000. They will be moving $50,000 from their Partners in the Park budget line into public art for permanent art installations. So currently in the draft plan, we have $50,000 for public art. 30,000 of that is for temporary installments, and 20 is for emerging opportunities that come up. This will be adding another $50,000 to that, and that would be for permanent installations. And that $50,000 that he would be moving in here is just from one line to another. So there would be $100,000 for public art. But if council wanted to increase that funding, they could do so through general revenue or the strategic infrastructure reserve. So up before you are the two options. To add $50,000, this is getting a little bit confusing because I didn't find this out till this morning, but Mr. Harding can speak to his rationale for that. So the options that we have before you might change slightly, but I will let him respond to that.
Mr. Harding, maybe we should hear from you.
Yeah, right. So it's actually going back to the last few years. So there was an oversight on my part. I thought when culture moved over to Parks and Recreation, there was more funds came over from public art than there was. And so remember, for the last few years, we've always had 50,000 in Parks public art and 50,000 in PIP. That change was made about 3 or 4 years ago. About 3 or 4 years ago, it was 100,000 for PIP. So put that back to what it was the last few years. So that explains it. So we do have be back to what has been funded for the last 2 or 3 years. I'm just not sure if that is enough from what Councillor Bonner still wanted to address.
Well, interestingly, Councillor Bonner's the first on the list here.
Are you suggesting that a statue of bronze of myself is going to cost more than $100,000?
Only if you're on horseback.
Depends how big it is, yeah. From what I'm gathering now, we don't need this at all, right? But I do have one question, and from a technical point of view, or standpoint, is public art infrastructure?
Would you call it an asset? Is that what you're asking?
Specifically, yeah, like does it become an asset and then part of our infrastructure? So if like we're repairing it, it's coming out of an infrastructure reserve, that sort of thing?
Through your worship to Councillor Bonner, under accounting standards, public art is not a capital asset. So in our financial statements, we don't include it as a capital asset. And I'm not, the rationale.
You don't like art? What the heck?
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm getting more and more confused by the minute. So I support public art. I enjoy most public art. Not every piece we have up in town, but on the whole, I do.
Name names.
No, I won't. But I came here today prepared to not support the recommendation as we originally saw it, because I think in this particular time and circumstance, an increase of that amount for something like public art, I just didn't feel was appropriate. But now Mr. Harding has confused me with his reference to a program that I'm very, very attached to, right. and I want to be very clear on what's happening with Partners in Parks, which I think is an extremely valuable partnership program with the community to develop natural spaces in our communities. So is Partners in Parks losing funding, Mr. Harding, to public art? Or can you please clarify for me?
Yes, it's a little confusing. So if Councillor Thorpe remember, last term of council, there was $100,000 typically in the PIP fund. So the PIP fund all grew over the years from, say, 25 to 50 to 75 to 100,000. And then last one budget cycle, it was decided, let's move 50,000 from the 100,000 that was from PIP to public art and parks. And so for a number of years, it's been 50,000 in PIP and 50,000 in public art. And so this year, it was my mistake. I thought we were bringing, when we transitioned culture over to, from planning over to PRC, I thought there was more public art money coming. So I said, let's go back and put, when finance asked me, so let's put PIP back up to 100,000, and because we've got the extra from public art. So, but I made a mistake. It was actually just the 50,000 that was in from community. So it brought it looked at bringing public art down from 100,000 to 50,000.
So if I may, Your Worship, my understanding has been that in recent years, the Partners in Parks program has been basically fully subscribed or close. So can you again clarify for me what would be, moving forward, the annual budget for Partners in Parks?
Right now it'd be 50,000.
And if we did not accept your suggested recommendation here, it would be 100,000.
That would be going, yeah, the proposal was to move it back to the 100,000 for this year. In the draft plan right now, it's going for 100,000.
Thank you very much for that clarification. So on the basis of that information, Your Worship, my personal position is I would rather see the money remain in the Partners in Parks program. I think it's much better use for the community. Thank you. We still don't have a motion. Councillor Hemmons?
Thank you. I was just going to make the same points as Councillor Thorpe. I would hate to see our Partners in Parks program compromised. I wonder if there's a way to just split the difference and give them each. So actually I won't. Thank you. I'm worried about the Partners in Parks program. I think that's my point.
Councillor Gesselbrock?
Thanks, Your Worship. We do not have a motion on the floor, am I correct? Okay.
That's correct. And I'm not sure I'd understand what the motion was in light of the information, the answers, and everything.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at the screen there of what the options are and trying to see this Partners in Park thing, but I would definitely share the same concerns of reducing that budget allocation in Partners in Parks, and I'd prefer to see it stay at 100,000 if that's what it is happening.
Yeah. Councillor Brown? Ms. Mercer?
So I think there's quite a bit of confusion. So as this was a topic that came up this morning, we're just trying to move on the fly with it.
Sorry.
So you do have an option. What Mr. Harding is suggesting is that we move $50,000 that's already in the budget from Partners in the Park to public art. So we take Partners in the Park down to $50,000 budget and public art up to 100. So if you chose that option, we'll call that option 3. There would be no impact to any reserve or taxation. That would be just an internal movement. You could not, I guess, accept that and either fund it. If you wanted $100,000 in public art, we could take $50,000 from the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve or general revenue to make that public art a $100,000 budget, leaving Partners in the Park at $100,000.
And if I could just clarify, even though I don't intend to be clarification, that's consistent with what's happened in the last few years, where PIP is at 50,000, public art in parks was at 50,000, and then there's the other 50,000 for public art. So it's going back. We're not taking away necessarily from PIP because this year we're actually putting more money back in. We're proposing to put it back to where it was a number of years ago. So this would, if you take the suggestion we have, it would be consistent for the last 3 years in public art funding, and or you could, we'd be reducing it by the 50,000 and putting PIP back up to 100,000.
Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to support keeping this as is, the way it is right now. in the budget. And that is because, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Harding, but last year we used all the PIP funding for one project downtown, the Tidelands Park.
Well, so we have a number of projects, or the thing with some of the PIP funding is that we've got a few that are in the back queue that council have allocated, but they haven't proceeded. That would be one that we haven't actually come back to you for final approval for the funding for Tideline. There's been some other things that we put that on hold. As Councillor Thorpe had mentioned, PIP is definitely oversubscribed. We have a variety of projects in the queue. Now, COVID has definitely, given us a, pause on those. We can't proceed with a lot of those because it's definitely bringing the neighborhoods out and groups out to work together. So those have been on pause, but there's definitely a long list of groups that would like to continue to work on their, particularly the neighborhood parks.
Right, okay, thank you. I just think it's interesting. I agree with Councillor Thorpe because if I remember the history of this program, it was sort of an austerity program, the Partners in Parks. And so I think it's an interesting program within the times that we live, but I think my support is just to keep it as is and revisit it next year if it needs to be increased to either of the initiatives.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Harding, I'm not sure if I heard correctly, but did you refer at one point to permanent public art, or was it just public art?
Yes, and sorry, thank you. That's good clarification. So under the current cultural program we have of the 50,000, 30,000 of that is for the temporary public art program that you see has been very successful. So that's the one you see in Maffeo, or we have a nice piece on Wesley Street. In other areas, that's the temporary one, so that's the 30,000 for that program. Then there's a 20,000 that could be for other initiatives. The 50 that we've had for the last few years in parks has really been more focused on those permanent pieces. So we go out and go for a call for proposals for a permanent piece.
So if I could just add a comment. So I think the most popular piece of public art that I recall in the community, aside from Mayor Nay's statue, was the window frame or the picture frame down at Swilana. And I would love to see that, something like that, as I know you're going to tell me it's not possible, but that's okay. It drew a lot of people to the downtown area, and if something like that could be a permanent piece, I'd be thrilled.
And so, Worship, if I could, that's where we did do the call for the permanent piece for down there, and then there was a group on it. We're going to report back to you on the 16th, I believe, with some findings of that there wasn't quite enough funds of that 50,000 to make that project happen. So that committee is going to bring back some options. So I would say that if we don't do, there'll only be the 50,000 going forward if we didn't do something for permanent public art. There'll really be the 30 for the temporary and then the 20, unless you went for some special projects.
Thank you.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Your Worship. So there's going to be a report coming back from this working group about options for permanent public art.
I'm sorry, Councillor Gesselbrock, through the chair. It was that we did an RFQ this earlier this year, just for a dedicated piece at Maffeo, which would be funded out of this year's $50,000 public art. And so that committee, which there's a couple of councillors that sit on that committee that was formed, will come back with a recommendation of what to do with that tender, which is really to kind of, basically, there's not enough money in that tender to do what they think they could do successfully, and looking for some more funding for 2021 to kind of beef that one up.
Great. Well, I think that if there is a request or whatever for some permanent public art that comes before council, we can always, if we think that it's worthwhile, draw from the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve at that time. Or Strategic Initiatives Reserve. Special Initiatives Reserve. We might have to address the name of those reserves.
So I take it we're going to do nothing after all this discussion. We have a scheduled break at 2. I'm in council's hands, but we could simply press on with the rest of the agenda, given that something. Press on, Ms. Gurry, we don't have to do anything other than press on, right?
No, Jim's.
Hi.
It's nothing we said, Councillor Armstrong.
Got a medical appointment.
No? Yes. All right. Having dealt or not dealt with public art, depending on your perspective, Public Works Day.
So with this one, currently in the draft budget, we have $15,000 for Public Works Day. And as we mentioned on Monday, this is a reduced version, or a reduced budget to deal with social distancing and whatnot. So it is a little bit lower than normal. But council has two options. Council can cancel the Public Works Day for 2021 and reallocate those funds elsewhere in the 2021 project plan. And that would result in no impact to the tax increase. It wouldn't lower it or it wouldn't increase it. Option 2 is you could cancel the Public Works Day for 2021 and reduce project funding in 2021 by $15,000. So that would lower the tax increase marginally.
Or we could not cancel.
Or leave it as is.
Public Works Day.
Yep.
Mr. Sims.
Your Worship, Mr. Elliott reminded me that I might have am I speaking? Yes. Mr. Elliott reminded me that I might have misspoken earlier in the week. The plans for Public Works Day this year, in 2021 I should say, were to create some videos. So that it could be distributed to all of the school district, the schools in the district and used for future use as well. Rather than having a live event, we'd do it by video. Just wanted to bring that to council's attention.
Councillor Gesselbrock?
I was just saying, Jay, this is going to be a long debate.
Sorry?
Given the quantity of money, this could be a long debate.
Councillor Hammonds.
Thank you. I would like to move option 1. Oh, pardon me. No, I apologize. I'm not moving that. So the videos for this year, but if we use the funding to create the videos, then it keeps that money in the budget for 2022 because I do support this program.
Currently, if you chose to remove it from 2021, it is still in the budget for 2022.
Okay, but I don't see an option there where we create the videos. We're talking about canceling it in each of them, but I'm hearing Mr. Sims say that it's not a full cancellation, it's a hybrid.
I think, as I understand it, if we do nothing, the 15,000 remains in the budget and Mr. Sims can use it for videos. If we pick either one of those options, we are cancelling the money.
Great, I'm off the mic, thank you.
Your Worship, just to clarify, if council would like to go forward with the videos this year, then you do nothing right now and move on.
Yeah. I think we're doing nothing.
Can I just
That's
ask?
2 in a row.
Could I ask a question?
What are the most frightening words in the English language? I'm from the government, I'm here to help you. Councillor Turley?
Thank you, Your Worship. A quick question on how much does the video cost? Or did I miss that when I was out?
I would hope it's not 15,000, but Mr. Sims?
Your Worship, this was really just an approximate estimate. I think videos are probably not 15,000, but there's some staff time that gets charged to this particular cost center, so that's how we've created it. So I'm not sure if that helps, but if we need to bring additional staff in or additional resources in to help with the videos, then that's what we.
So it could be 15 total?
Yeah. I'm sorry?
It could be 15,000 total?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
right.
thank you, but no more.
Moving on, Association of Van Crown and Coastal Communities.
So this will be removed as the conference is not taking place in 2021. We will remove it from the provisional budget.
Thank you very much. Next is the COVID internal order.
So we are recommending that some money be put aside for COVID-19 ongoing costs for PPE, personal protective equipment, security, or and the extension or additional need for facility ambassadors, depending on which way the COVID pandemic decides to go, and cover any unrelated or related costs associated to COVID that may pop up in the next year. The potential funding source for this is the Special Initiatives Reserve, and we're suggesting 500,000. But if we didn't use all of that, it would stay in the Special Initiatives Reserve, and for funding other projects. So that's the topic.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Worship. This is not something I think any of us want to spend $500,000 on, but something that we must spend $500,000 on. So I will move the recommendation.
Seconded, Councillor Martman. I have Councillors Bonner and Martman on the list. Councillor Brown has spoken. Any discussion? We all gratefully or reluctantly, I should say, accept this. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. The next is snow and ice.
I believe Mr. Rosen or Mr. Sims will be up
Mr. Sims.
To go through the next few slides with you on snow and ice control.
Thanks, Your Worship. And Mr. Harding, I hope for some support as well, because a lot of Parks and Rec staff conduct the work, but along with Public Works. But the intent here is trying to address the question that was raised at the Monday's meeting. And we thought we'd start with just a quick snapshot of the existing level of service. So there was a number of pedestrian and active transportation facilities that are already cleared, including bus shelters, bridges, and a number of the sidewalks in the downtown, as well as trailways, including the Harbourfront Walkway, Union Trail, the Georgia Greenway, etc. So this summarizes essentially the work that we do. So on Monday, we had this request to add sidewalks on bus routes and arterials within urban nodes. So very quickly, we needed to establish a number of assumptions, including the length. So we essentially said that's about 88 kilometers worth of sidewalk within, and if you figure about a 2 kilometer per hour, this would be a machine operator and a laborer with a shovel going behind. And then 24 staff to provide that similar level of service. It would require the purchase of new machines. I think, so this was spitballed. We cast around, and we have done in the past, cast around looking for other municipalities' experience with this to see how they've done it. And we could find no one in the Lower Mainland that clears sidewalks. So we don't really have a reasonable basis for this other than to make some assumptions. So there would be a significant capital investment required, and it depends on the piece of equipment or pieces of equipment, so in the range of $300,000 to over $1 million. Not sure what the operations and maintenance would be. This would be variable between a specialized piece of equipment or an adaptable piece of equipment. So for lack of other assumptions, we assumed a single 5-day event, and it's approximately $60,000 per 24-hour period for that event. I mean, I think we can see that our typical pattern is something like 3 to 5 days a year. Last, or 2020 was a longer event, so that would be, of course, more expensive. So we certainly don't have the capacity to do this. There's a number of challenges that we didn't really fully explore, a number of questions that come up. So in the past and more recently, we've spoken to contractors, a few contractors that may be interested or may have the capability of coming in to do this work. The very emphatic response we got is, due to the risk and the liability, there is no interest in bidding on this work. So that redounds essentially, if council wished to proceed, taking it on as a municipality, which essentially would mean, as I say, we don't have the capacity to do it, so it would mean having staff, and presumably it would be casual staff because we'd only need them a few days a year. So we need to purchase the equipment, and as I say, this is really early on, this is early assumptions. Purchase the equipment, train a number of people that would be on standby or casual to operate that equipment or to conduct this work. The other big question that we haven't had an opportunity to fully explore is the lack of place to put snow. Again, that's one of the ongoing sore points with not only our residents but staff as well. I mean, we plow the road snow onto the sidewalk, and then the residents have to deal with it from there, which we get. That is frustrating. It'd be similar if the city takes on the burden of plowing sidewalks or clearing sidewalks. There's no place to put it. We as a corporation can't shift it to, we believe we can't shift it to private property. And then, so then what? And so we haven't had the opportunity in the few days to fully explore that, but it certainly creates a great deal of concern, that lack of storage elsewhere. So I think that essentially summarizes the sort of very quick response. I would suggest, if council wishes to proceed, that we would do a little bit more fulsome work and then perhaps consider a budget item for final budget in May. If council told me today, get busy and clear sidewalks, I doubt we could have anything for this particular season.
Councillor Turley. Thank you, Mr. Sims.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a really challenging issue because there's so many variables involved. You know, you plow a sidewalk, clear it, and then during the day, snow melts, and at night it freezes. Now you've got a skating rink. And if you don't get out putting sand and salt on it right away, you've got people falling. And then, like you say, if the person clears their sidewalk and even one narrow path, and then the snowplow comes along and buries it. So from my perspective, I think Councillor Bonner has brought this up before, is there any way, particularly on a 4-lane road, of having the snow plowed so there's only one lane going each way, but the snow is up in the middle of the road? Is that, I'm sure other communities that are handling a lot of snow do it that way, but I've only seen a few of them, so I don't know.
Right. Your Worship, that's a question that does come up not infrequently. No communities do that anymore. There was a number of communities. Port Alberni is always often cited as an example. It's fairly large streets. But essentially what you're doing is you're creating a windrow in the middle, and then it melts over the intervening period, freezes, and creates 2 lanes of ice, and then prevents emergency vehicles from making left turns and residents from making left turns and so on. So it becomes much more problematic to deal with in the middle of the road than it does on the edges.
Councillor Martman.
Thank you. I don't see how we as a council can spend any money when we don't even have, we wouldn't even be able to meet with the challenges we have, the expectations that the citizens would have of the clean sidewalks. On top of that, we sometimes have years with no snow. And when we do have snow, it's usually a once a year, 5-day event, or maybe it's once or twice a year. I think being that we're in the warmest part of Canada, that really the businesses and us as citizens we can clean our own sidewalks. I would like to see if we can do something better in the way we plow our roads that don't, you finish cleaning and then you got 3 feet more of snow. But being that we really don't have snow issues in this city, I would rather see us put our funds towards pedestrian safety that is all year round. That's my thoughts.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. Sort of near and dear to my heart, this particular issue. I sort of agree with Councillor Martman. I mean, we're in this warmer area. This doesn't happen very often. One of the problems that I see when I'm on the bus and traveling around is that the snow is put on the sidewalk and then it stays there for weeks because it freezes and as you mentioned, and then it stays there and is basically unmanageable to walk on, and people then end up on the road walking where they're not supposed to be. I think this problem would go away if we enforced our bylaw saying that property owners have to shovel their sidewalks. I mean, that's obviously not your department, but to me, we wouldn't need to do this if we enforce the bylaws.
Your Worship, I think I wouldn't presume to speak for Mr. LaBerge, but I have some thoughts on the matter. I think there is a policy that they'll focus on areas starting in the downtown, and that's where a lot of the work already occurs. But if there's a significant amount of complaints, then the bylaw officers would focus on the downtown core first. I'll flip back. I think from Public Works, who seem to get a fairly high barrage of calls, perhaps not as much as His Worship when it snows, but a significant amount. The vast majority of our calls are, when are you coming to plow my parking lot? How come you didn't pick up my garbage? You guys plowed my driveway in again. That is, I don't know if there's maybe a very small number of people making complaints about the sidewalks themselves. But we're always making improvements, or we're always striving to make improvements. And between Parks and Rec and Public Works, there's more and more movement to, I'll call it a unified command in responding to snow events. And so this includes a better focus on bus shelters as well. And so this was last year. Our focus turned to bus shelters a lot more than it had in previous, specifically on Bowen and in the hospital area. No, it doesn't do the entire frontage of sidewalks leading to those bus shelters, but we're working and trying to expand those and not leave a big pile of snow in front of crosswalks and things like that, of course. And I think the other commentary is that there's a few private contractors that clear commercial parking lots and often end up pushing snow in inappropriate places, and typically our bylaw folks will have words with those folks. So I don't know if that fully answers the question, but it's just some comments.
Yeah, and I appreciate the plowing of the snow at the bus stops. Unfortunately, at the end of the bus stop area, it's this thick again. And having seen mothers with kids in one arm because they can't put the kid in the stroller and they have to drag the stroller behind them, trying to maneuver down a lot of snow is not a great way to encourage active transportation. So I think it's something I think we need to take a look at. If it's a question that bylaws need to be enforced, I know that we did some work last year and we sent out notices with our out at the time to remind commercial owners that they had to plow their sidewalks, which I don't think really worked. So I appreciate that you got this much together in such a short time, and I thought it was actually going to be more money, but I think it's something I would like to continue to look at to find some sort of solution that as we move forward in promoting active transportation, that it's safe 365 days a year, just like we try to make it safe 365 days a year for vehicle traffic.
And just to follow up, I think, as I mentioned, I believe it was Monday, these days blur into one another. It's not about making it safe for vehicle traffic so much as it is providing emergency access for fire, ambulance, and police to get to the hospital or to get out from their station. That is definitely the priority. As an example, if we have somebody in dire straits and the ambulance calls, we'll scramble to plow to create some space. So that's our focus. I mean, we have winter driving conditions. As Councillor Martman noted, a pretty rare, it would be a very rare winter where we had 5 or 6 months of snow on the ground, like they do east of the Rockies. Our focus is really on emergency.
Thank you.
Mr. Rudolph.
Yes, Your Worship, just focusing on this as a finance meeting to make financial decisions for budget and not a GPC to have a conversation around the merits and problems. So that this needs to come back in a different place. It appears to be fiscally and practically unfeasible to deal with this, it appears, based on the information that has been provided. So I'm just conscious of time and the decision-making and the focus of today. And with the allure of a commitment to come back to a GPC, probably either during or after a snow event, which will be much more hypersensitive to the topic, I suspect it would be, that's really the point I wanted to make, is that this is probably not the best place to have that bigger conversation, and maybe with the advantage of more information and time to mull it over, and then spend appropriate amount of time debating and discussing, then that would be a GPC format either in January or February.
I think that's an excellent suggestion. I appreciate the cavalry coming to the rescue. Mr. Councillor Thorpe, anything you wish to say?
No, Mr. Rudolph anticipated my comments, so thank you. Unless there's a need for a motion on this subject, I suggest we move on.
Thank you very much. On from ice and snow to active transportation.
Your Worship, and of course this is Council's pleasure and how much depth we get into. We put in, this is kind of a discussion around prioritization and some of the subjects, hearing some of the concerns from this week or last week on how some of the projects got rejigged, and I'll ask Mr. Rose to speak quickly to the subject.
Yes, and Your Worship, I think we did a great job of telling you what we weren't doing at the last meeting, and we went away and thought maybe we better tell you a better job of what we are doing, and then you can talk about what you're not doing or what you want to do better. So that was the ask, and they spent a fair amount of time trying to summarize this. So this is information you're receiving now is beneficial no matter what, but I think we conveyed a bit of a wrong impression, but maybe not enough of a good thing is what you might conclude, but that was the slide deck you probably can go through pretty quick. Again, the same premise would apply. I don't know, unless this informs you to want to make some budgetary decisions, which I think it may, then this will be a good time to hear this quick overview.
Mr. Rose, thank you for coming. Mount and pedal, please.
Good afternoon. As Mr. Sims said, this is a concise and high-level discussion about what goes through our thoughts when we're selecting active transportation projects. So this is a really quick graphic, kind of giving you an idea of all of the things that get thrown in the pot as we're going through the discussion. We've got the master plan, we've got calls from the community, and we've got opportunities. And so the master plan is really the principles and the short, medium, and long-term plans that we have nested into that. Calls from residents are fairly straightforward. Opportunities are things that are either through land development, through a partnership with another agency like the RDN or ministry, or if there's an incidental capital utility or road repave or something. So if we're repaving a road, maybe there's an opportunity to add bike lanes. If we're installing some new underground utilities, maybe there's an opportunity to widen the road and put additional bike lanes and sidewalks in. There's some new emerging data that we're getting. We probably haven't even had it for a month yet, that next time around will become part of our decision-making process. So that's actually going to give us some strong data to validate our decisions. Wasn't in for this year, but it will be next year. As I say, our first point of contact is the Transportation Master Plan. This here is a diagram or a map that outlines the long-term major road improvements. So this is 40, 50 years out, and this is the whole system. And the vast majority of these projects fall into the DCC category. They're all multi-million-dollar projects, probably multi-phase projects. They may initially come across as vehicle-centric, but the reality is these are all full build-out projects. They are not just vehicle-centric. They include sidewalks, they include cycling facilities, they include public realm facilities, they include transit. And so they are big projects, they're all-inclusive projects. They also usually are tied to some sort of utility, either renewal or upgrade or upsize. I think it's very important to highlight that not very many of these are actually new roads. These are actually upgrades or adaptations of existing roads to better suit the needs of the community. Usually it's adding on cycling and walking infrastructure. Sometimes it's a signalization or some sort of right-of-way control. But that's sort of the, like I said, that's the 40, 50 year horizon. Getting a little more near term, this is our short-term cycling plan out of the transportation book. As you can see, there's a lot of stuff in there. Some of it we have completed, some of it we haven't completed yet. There's still quite a bit of work to do. Next slide, I can show you some ones we have completed. But it really is important to understand that this is where we're working to right now. And it's taken us 6 years to get to where we are now, but we're still working. So we're continually adding stuff every day. And I know there is stuff that comes online. There are projects that come online that don't align with this, but those are really the opportunistic ones that we've got a utility upgrade, we've got a development, something of that nature, and it just makes really good sense to bundle a project to get at least a block or a piece of infrastructure in play. Because at the end of the day, or the end of my career, there will be all the pieces of the puzzle falling into place, and we have to start somewhere. So this is just a snippet of a map that I had to borrow and twist arms to get our GIS group to pull together for me this week. But all of these pink corridors are sections of improved cycling infrastructure. And when I say improved cycling infrastructure, it's something that's been evolving over the last few years. 6 years ago, when the plan was cast, bike lanes were considered to be a pretty good standard. We've now moved beyond that. Now we're into cycle tracks and protected facilities. And so you got to kind of bear with us and understand that improved is just that. It's not just a straight up street anymore, but it's always evolving. And so we've got Boundary, and we've got the Harewood Bikeway, and we've got sections of Buttertubs and 2nd Street, Estevan, and even parts of Bowen Road that have come online in that. And you can also see I actually had the mobility hubs bubbled on this as well. So we've got the hospital, downtown, and VIU, and so you can sort of start to see the pieces of the puzzle coming together in that triangle. This is that same map, but now what I've done is layered on all of the projects that are in the proposed capital plan. And so you can see the darker blocks that outline or highlight additional corridors that we are working on. The majority of these are transportation. There are a few, for example, Westwood Road is a repaving project, but as the plans come together for that, we will look and see what we can add to that with respect to walking and biking and transit infrastructure. I did also, or was also able to grab a quick picture of our very, very recently completed off Bowen Bikeway connection through off the end of Caspers. So that came online about 2 weeks ago, I think. Again, that's a project that is coming together piece by piece. Again, you can see the connection as we come down from Northfield. There are a couple of more jumps we need to make, but it is a work in progress. As I mentioned earlier, we've got some data that's coming to us now, and we've just started to dig into it and work with it. And it really is important to understand what it is we have and what it is we don't have. This is based on Strava, and so it is a self-selection. We do know that it represents about 3 to 10% of the actual usage. It is a very sort of known group of people who use this type of information. But this is a product that is offered free to municipalities now that enables us to go in and actually see actual counts on road segments. And so I understand there's some discussions about sort of different preferences for corridors through the university and hospital areas. And so here we can see that in September 2019, there was approximately 180, well, it's reflecting 180 trips, 80 on Wakesaya. If we scale that up with some on-the-ground numbers, we can actually correlate this and say, yes, this is how many people we believe are using this facility at this time.
And
So
Councillor Hemmons has a question, and is that 80 trips per day or?
That was for the month of September. So, but again, that's maybe 3 to 10%. And so, take a question now.
Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Interesting to see how it is kind of growing together, that we're headed in the right direction. I'm curious about using Strava. If we encourage local cyclists to Strava their rides more often, would we have better data that would help inform the transportation master plan?
Short answer is yes. Long answer is we still are only going to have a percentage of the users. So it's really important that we take this as a bit of a yardstick and correlate it with actual on-the-ground counts. And so there's several other emerging technologies that we're piloting right now to capture walking and biking data on the ground. There's some radar counters we've been looking into, and then there's some smaller scale bike counters as well. So our expectation is that when we start putting all of these pieces together, we're going to end up with a really complete picture of how people are moving around our community.
It would be really interesting, instead of kind of in-person counting, if there were some sort of app, Strava or otherwise, that would allow us to actually see the patterns around the city in real time.
Completely agree.
Go IT, go. That would be an amazing project. Thank you.
So I also understand there were some questions about the 4th Albert Street connection between VIU and downtown. And so this was one that was talked about quite a bit through the Downtown Mobility Hub project last year. And so it was one of, I would say, 3 priority or 3 shortlist projects that we went through the details of. And it was one that this with Wallace Street was one that we were aspiring to move forward with this year. But I can quite frankly say that we had some lessons learned with Front Street, and before moving forward with a project like this, we really wanted to do some direct consultation. So early in the year, we made the conscious decision that we needed to talk to the property owners before we move forward. Unfortunately, things kind of went sideways, and that became a bit of a barrier. And so we continued on with the technical review of it, and unfortunately found that as we got into the more detailed reviews of the switchback from Pine to Milton, we were finding that there were some very challenging aspects of it that were, the costs were rising quite quickly, and we still really weren't feeling like we were satisfied with what type of facility we would end up with. So this sort of growing, not able to do a very good consultation, rising costs, significant challenges, kind of indicated to us that we should be maybe taking a step back and taking a bit of a moment to catch our breath and really do a more thorough review of it. Because we want to make sure that when we do put a product on the ground, that it really is something that's going to give the community really good bang for its buck. In the last couple of weeks, or last week, we have been made aware that there may be a grant that could assist with this, but that would be an unknown at this point. We need to get a bit more information. So there are some challenges, but there may be a possible opportunity as well. To give you guys a little bit of a preview, these are some of the projects or locations that are the next in line and through our I'd say, our reactive stream. So people call in and make us aware of either an intersection or a corridor that's brought some concern to them. And so we go through our process, and these are the projects that are the next in line, and some costs that are they're Class D estimates at best right now, but it gives you a pretty good sense as to what we're going to be looking for in the next year or two, and what we'd like to try and advance. So. I've got slides on the next couple of years of the capital plan, or the proposed capital plan. I can answer questions on any of them, or I can just sort of catch my breath there and see what questions have materialized so far.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you. One question. With respect to Albert Street, Milton to Pine, if the funding was available and there's that potential grant, would that be something that you can advance in 2021?
It would be challenging. I'm a little bit cautious to say yes. We could potentially do phases of it, or a portion of it. Take the sort of that phase and break it into sub phases. That might be something we could commit to, but in its entirety, I think would be the switchback section would be quite ambitious to get through.
Okay, thank you.
Carry on.
Okay, well, this is probably a choose your own adventure point in the journey here. If you guys would like me to go through these, I can. If not, we can pause at that. I look to you guys for some feedback on that.
Yeah. Councillor Hammond.
Thanks. About a specific project, Metro Drive Phase 2, that's Turner to Alds. So when are we going to have, what phase of that project will we see that connector between the end of the current ENN onto Metro, which is that kind of 5-lane crossing that folks have to make that is really...
The current phase.
Yeah. It's happening.
It's underway right now.
Brilliant. Thank you.
So to expand on that, it actually forks, and it actually connects to both branches of the ENN on the Parkway Trail. So it goes back to the train tracks, and it ties into the connection of the highway.
Anyone else? Impressive list. Good move.
Thank you.
Councillor Councillor Brown, Gesselbrock.
Are we at the point where we put forward potential motions?
Okay. Question? Councillor Gesselbrock?
Through you, Your Worship, to Mr. Rose, thanks for the presentation. And I was just curious, could you go back to there's a bunch of projects that had already been, that are proposed? Maybe it's this way, that potential pedestrian improvements. Okay, great, thanks. So, okay. See that slide.
Yes, Your Worship, if this is the time that Council has some motions relative to active transportation, this is probably the time to put them on the table, because that's the topic, and that was, I believe, the intent. This is where you could do that.
Councillor Brown?
Thank you. Cognizant of time, I'll get right to it. I would like to move an additional $700,000 for a total of $1 million be allocated in the 2021 budget for pedestrian infrastructure improvements from the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve. I can speak to it if there's a seconder. Essentially, that money is accumulating. I know there's some potential takeouts this year, but that money is not allocated for anything. Currently, we have a $300,000 annual allocation. This would be a $700,000 improvement. It would not put us at risk of going below our minimal threshold for payback in accordance with our policy. I think it's important. I think there's a lot of pressure from the community to deliver on these. There's a list of projects that exceed this amount, but they definitely exceed the $300,000. And if we are going to deliver and make safer streets and roads, as my dad always said, it's time to put our money where our mouth is.
Councillor Martin?
Thank you. To Councillor, through you to Councillor Brown. I just added up the crossing and intersections wish list. and that's 240,000. So even with an increase of 700,000, even on the unallocated improvements that are on the priority list for 2021, we wouldn't be able to encompass all of that. To me, the crossings and the intersections for the safety, in particular, my neighborhood of Bruce and Albion, but I'm wondering if those really shouldn't have priority for pedestrian safety, is the crossing of the streets and the flashing of the crossing intersections. I don't know. I'm just putting it out there.
Councillor Brown?
I think, in my opinion, intersections and mid-block crosswalk points should be an extreme high priority. I do know that the list is probably 240,000. I imagine there's a larger list out there somewhere that has more of those points of conflict. And then I also do note that the corridor sidewalks, which are very expensive, do add up. So I think there's plenty of opportunity in our city and our existing road network for crosswalk improvements, mid-block crosswalk improvements, and just general sidewalks. And I think this funding increase would allow staff to go back. They do that prioritization, and when they bring that annual report forward, we would be able to see what that additional funding would be potentially allocated for.
Councillor Gesselbrock?
Thank you, Worship. I definitely am supportive of this allocation. I think that there is a large demand from the community, especially around the crossings and intersections to improve safety. And I'd really like for us to throw down on this and tackle that list that we have, priority intersections. And I think, there's a good listing here, and I imagine from the different requests that we get from the community and what we see that there's a much larger list, and I think that $700,000 could go a long ways towards that, and then chip away at some of these corridors and sidewalks, which, in my opinion, don't get as much bang for the buck, but are important infrastructure that we should, be increasing our level of funding to. So thank you.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, I'm just looking for some clarification because the recommendation I saw in the report this morning was to increase current annual allocation of $300,000 from the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve, and Councillor Brown's motion, I believe, is calling for $700,000. But does he intend that to be an annual allocation of $700,000? So I need that clarified.
Councillor Brown?
That's a great question, Councillor Thorpe. I would love for it to be an annual reallocation, but at this point, I think there is the uncertainty of we're assuming the pandemic is hopefully coming to a close as these vaccinations come online, but there will be a hit to casino revenue next year, so I wasn't so ambitious to make it an annual contribution. At this point, it would just be the one-time for 2021 budget.
Yep. Councillor Thorpe, any further comment?
No, that answers my question. Thanks.
Well, point of clarity, is it from strategic infrastructure that
Current fund, which the annual 300K is currently allocated within the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve. This would just be within that same reserve, but increasing the allocation.
Councillor Turling.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Mr. Rose. So I'm a big proponent of doing all items potentially at a given piece of a road at one time. And is there any opportunity utilizing these funds, if it's passed, to fund for sidewalks and bike lanes on stretches of roads where you're already going to have to dig it up to do sewer and water and whatever else? Or is it just going to be used for putting a bike lane in that potentially could be dug up 2-3 years from now?
Through your worship, I would have to go back and look to see which projects overlap with each other. When we start compiling things frankly, to optimize the investment in a project, it may draw away from sort of the singular highest ranking location and sort of you know, it's sort of one small one instead of one big one. And so there may need to be a bit of a discussion around that balance, but so I'm not really at a place to answer that just yet.
So the answer is not likely, I guess.
It's unlikely, but I can't say for certain.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Rosen, did you want to comment on that, or?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to add some comment around project timelines, just for Council's awareness. Typically, the project cycle for us involves around 2 years' worth of planning work and design work to get a project ready for construction in a given year. To have this much funding come online at this time of the year with Council's expectation that we can deliver the construction in the following year would be extremely challenging. So I just wanted to sort of temper Council's expectation of how much additional new work we'd be able to deliver in a short time frame. We would obviously do our best, but it may be that only some of that work could end up being constructed this year. So I just wanted to make you aware of that.
Timely advice, thank you. Councillor Turley, anything further? Councillor Gesselbrock. Councillor Brown.
Yeah, thank you. Just to be clear, my understanding is this fund is for pedestrian improvements, not necessarily cycling improvements, and I think that's an important distinction because I think it would go to pedestrian improvements. And just to Mr. Rosen's comments, I definitely expected such a thing, and I think by allocating it in 2021, there would be an expected project delivery for a lot of the stuff in 2022, but if we wait till 2022 to make such an allocation, then it pushes it out further. So.
Councillor Martman.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, do the intersections and crossings take as much planning?
Sorry, to clarify, do intersections typically cost as much?
Like the flashing light thing.
Sorry, again, did they take as much money? Is that what you asked?
No, does it take as much planning? Are those achievable this year in 2021?
Potentially. I think that, as Mr. Rosen indicated, we need to sort of flesh out the details of the project because there are tools within our toolkit that we need to use for the right location. We've also got some emerging information that's giving us some indicators that things like raised crosswalks are actually a very, very useful tool. In fact, some indications are that they might be more beneficial than some of our more traditional approaches. So we may be able to expedite some of the smaller individual projects, but without getting into the details, I can't really say right now.
Okay, I just hope that if this passes and we increase funding, I understand that there's capacity, but I'm hoping that we get to as many of the low-lying projects that we could. Thank you.
Any further discussion? And just so we're clear, we've been talking a while, the motion is to allocate $700,000 as opposed to the recommended $3 million for this year only, and to be out of the strategic infrastructure fund.
Your Worship.
An additional $700,000 for a total of $1 million.
Additional $1 million.
That's
All those in favor? And opposed? Councillors Turley and Thorpe opposed. Thank you. That takes us.
I have more.
Be clear, Your Worship, is that the only motion that we can expect on active transportation? Again, we're still on active transportation. If there's no further motions, then we can move on. But that would be it for active transportation.
I have another one.
Okay.
Oh, let's not encourage them.
The idea, I'm not sure what was being expected under next steps or new business, so if there's something under active transportation, this is the time to put it on the table.
We are on then, if nobody has comments on Councillor Brown.
Yeah, sorry, I had two. I think I picked the easier one for the first one to optimize success. And I think Mr. Rose left, unfortunately, but I'll move and see where it goes. That the Albert Street project from Milton to Pine be funded in the 2021 budget with $300,000 from the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve and $1 million from the Special Initiatives Reserves for project delivery in 2021/2022. If I can speak to it if there's a seconder.
Certainly.
Yeah, thanks. Through the Mayor's Task Force, I think there's a lot of great projects that we can put forward, and they would be a great advantage to the community. I have some favorites myself, but through the Mayor's Task Force, this was identified as a corridor worth exploring. It's in the Transportation Master Plan. It's partially going to be built in 2021 from the 4th Street section. But I do think time and time again, and rightfully so, and we're doing our best, but people talk about wanting complete and contiguous infrastructure for their, whatever their mode of travel is. And being able to go from VIU to downtown or downtown to VIU in one contiguous track would just be incredible. It would match the Mayor's Task Force recommendation. It would be an important corridor within the Transportation Master Plan, and it would connect an ever-increasing active neighborhood, which is Harewood, from pedestrians to cyclists, well to our downtown, and we'd really start to see the formation of what's referred to as a minimum grid, which is crucial for driving modal change, getting people out of their cars, whether they're walking or they're cycling. So I think this is an important element, and to be able to deliver it at the same time, or as close to possible at the same time as the section on 4th, would be a really great element in the next couple of years, and especially hopefully as we start to see people returning to VIU and living again in our community.
Any questions, comments from council? Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Worship. The minimum grid, the minimum grid, the minimum grid. I remember while we were all campaigning, the minimum grid came up quite a lot, and I think that there's an opportunity to follow through on that. I am intrigued about the potential for a grant for this project, and funding it at this for the completion for the next 2 years. That would not preclude, negate going for that potential funding that may be available.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Worship. I guess this would be through to somebody in staff. So I think we already heard from Mr. Rose that it would be very difficult to do this in 2021. Maybe I misunderstood what he said, but so my question is, what is the parameters around allocating funds for a specific project and it doesn't get completed or get started? Does it just stay there and go into the following year? Or what perhaps Ms. Mercer could answer that.
Ms. Mercer.
We're listening to me.
Through your worship. Yes, if the project is in the budget funded from these two sources and the project didn't get done in 2021, the funds would stay in the reserve, in the respective reserves, and the project would be carried forward to 2022, and that funding would stay in that reserve allocated to that project.
I would still like to hear from staff with regard to whether they were concerned about it being a challenging project physically to do, or whether it's a challenging project with regard to a timeline.
Through your worship, I'm going to say both.
Both, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's the physical constraints through the reverse curve and the compressed timeline both would make it a very challenging project for a completion in 2021. As I say, it may be possible to break it into sub-phases, but that I'd have to go back and look at that in more detail.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Martman.
Oh, did Mr.
Sorry, Mr. Rose.
Sorry, can I just add something to that? So one of the big challenges is what Mr. Rose mentioned earlier, is around the consultation piece. So the piece that runs from over the top of the hill into the downtown, it'll be a reconfiguration of the existing streetscape, and it'll impact parking quite substantially. So we would really like to make sure that we are properly engaged with the residents and the businesses along that corridor to make sure that they support the options that we're putting forward. We really like to do that in a way that isn't rushed. So if council passes this motion, we would really like some latitude to be able to conduct that consultation in a traditional way for the project.
I'm going to have to turn the chair over to Councillor Hemmons, and I can't stay, unfortunately. I've got a kettle with my name on it, and I keep my commitments to the Salvation Army. But let me just say that as much as I appreciate Council's enthusiasm, or certainly some members of Council's enthusiasm, I'm not sure that I could support a motion that arrives on a day like this and gets a few minutes of consideration, and then we hear from staff that we may not even be able to do it in the first place. It just strikes me that as we face another potential year of COVID, as council has to be aware, there are a number of other things that are being considered, not all of them public by council in terms of expenditure and dipping into these funds. These are not bottomless pits of money. And so I leave council with that consideration as you consider these projects. Councillor Hemmons, you're in charge.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you. Could you read the motion for me, please, again?
Absolutely, and I think there's an important clarification there that I modified it based on Mr. Rose's comments, that the Albert Street project from Milton to Pine be funded in the 2021 budget with $300,000 from the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve and $1 million from the Special Initiative Reserves for project delivery in 2021-2022. So to provide a 2-year time period to do the proper consultation, the design work, but just make sure that money is allocated for that project.
But I'm sorry, and it's partially because I do need my hearing checked. What is a project?
The Albert Street project, which is a cycle track from Milton to Pine, which would match up with the section on 4th that is which is currently in the 2021 project delivery schedule.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I share the concerns expressed by the Mayor, and I'm really challenged to support this motion all of a sudden today. We heard from Mr. Rosen at the first part of his presentation something that really always impresses me, and that is when I realize the long-term planning that goes into our city and the projects involved in that. And we don't just pick one and decide to do it. There's a whole range of projects over the next countless years, I suppose. So to suddenly bump one up, I'm not comfortable with, especially when I hear staff say that it's going to be challenging to even accomplish it. So I'm just not prepared to support it at this point.
Thank you.
Councillor Geselbrock.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, my earlier comment had a question. Are we still able to apply for potential grant funding for this project with this motion?
Through the chair to Councillor Geselbrock, my understanding is the project would need to be completed by December 31st, 2021 in order to qualify for the grant.
Okay.
So this project would have to be completed before December 31st.
Right, and I guess sort of, I did hear an earlier comment, like say for example, the budget allocation that we're speaking about is for completion at the end of 2022. If we were to subdivide this project up into smaller phases, would that, and with one of the phases potentially being done by 2021, could that allow us to be eligible for the grant, or is that just sort of trying to shoehorn some potential savings where it's not possible?
Through the chair to Councillor Grasselbach. So the grant that everyone is speaking about is the COVID resiliency grant. So that's the one we've mentioned a few times to you. We just got word the other day that the program has opened up. It has very short timelines. We have to have our application in by January 27th, and it's actually a rolling system that they're using. So they're reviewing applications as they receive them. So our plan right now is to come back to council in your first council meeting in January with a recommendation for a project.
Oh.
What they are looking for is they are doing 100% funding. This is a 100% grant. We cannot stack our money on this grant, so that means we can't use community works for our portion. And the way we read the application is they're really looking for standalone projects. So they're looking for you to do a project that they're going to 100% fund and that you can go out and do that. But that's not to say that we couldn't break this into a section and say this is a standalone piece of a cycling lane, because cycling lanes or bicycling lanes do fit under the criteria for this grant program.
Right, and I guess there might be just as equally worthy of a project that would fit for this grant that you'd bring before council anyhow, early January.
Yes, correct.
Oh,
Staff
great.
is meeting next week to shortlist some projects for consideration.
Wonderful, thanks.
Councillor Bonner.
Chair. So if I read that correctly, we could in fact say the section from, say, on Albert and Wallace to the top of the hill, not the S-curve, could be one of the projects. And I believe that one was sort of at less than $1 million, if I'm correct.
Yeah, we haven't sort of dissected the different sections of it, so it's a little hard to say at this point.
Mr. Rose, could you come to the microphone, please? You can't be heard on the TV that way.
So we haven't actually broken the costing down by the sections at this point. We're still going through sort of the overall costing of it. And so I think the question was, could it fit within, could we break it into a piece that could fit? It's possible, but we'd have to go back and talk to the project manager and the designer to see what is a logical connection point.
And my other question to the motion, is this project in our 10-year plan already, and are we just moving it forward? And if we're moving it forward, then money's already been allocated to it. So it would just be a reallocation of some other project, just juggling them around. I don't say that lightly. I understand that the work involved. But bringing that one forward and then possibly delaying one.
Through the chair, it is in the 10-year plan. I don't recall if it's in the 5-year plan or not. 26. It's in 2026 of the current plan. So it's just outside this current, or it's not, sorry, it's not in this current plan.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Martman, if I can turn on your mic, go ahead.
Thank you. Just to say, I don't think I can support the motion at this time, as much as I love cycling. I'm really concerned that there might be something else that comes up for us in 2021 out of our special initiative reserve, right? And I'm also really concerned about our, where Opal is, the Departure Bay and Uplands and all that traffic. It's really getting a lot of feedback about how we really need to do something around that area. So at this time, I don't think I can support cycling. Thank you.
Okay, there's no other folks in the line for questions, so I'll call the question on the motion. All those in favor? It's Councillor Geselbrecht, myself, Councillor Brown, Councillor Bonner. Opposed? Councillor Martman, Councillor Thorpe, and Councillor Turley. Sheila, that passes. The numbers are throwing me off because there's not 9 of us.
Yes, so that's 3 opposed, and there is 2, 4, 6, 7 of you, so it passes.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on active transportation? Next steps.
Okay, so I'll recap where we're at this point. So the approximate tax increase is 3.6% right now. With the passing of the last motion, your special initiatives reserve is approximately 1.865 million, and your strategic infrastructure reserve is about 588,000. So our next steps, we have a meeting planned for the morning of December 7th to go over revisions of decisions that were made today, if council wishes to do that, if we need that. And of course, this E-Town Hall meeting is on the 7th in the evening. And then we have another meeting scheduled for the 9th, and just to do a final review of all the changes and the impacts that they have for that day. And then all else being equal, we will be bringing first 3 readings of the 2021-2025 financial plan bylaw to council for first 3 readings, and then with adoption of that bylaw in January. Those are our next steps.
Madam Chair, this is subject to, well, I understand there may be more motions coming under new business or other business. So depending on if there's more business that's brought forward by council, then that may influence some of your decision making. But if my inclination is to recommend that you place hold at the 9th for sure, just in case you need it after town hall. And it does give the finance department a couple of days to work through this a little bit more clearly so that they can be ready for the 9th, and then you would be in a place where you're probably done, unless you feel you want to come back on the 7th and do more work on this. And of course, this all depends on if there are more motions coming or not. So the idea is to get all the decisions on the table that affect this year's budget, not necessarily things that could be drawn from the strategic reserves or other reserves moving into the new year. And I know we're a little ahead of the curve here with our budget process relative to some of the projects, because the projects are going into early next year, task forces and that type of thing. So I think you may want to have a conversation around some of those things today, but anyway, it depends on what else you want to talk about today in terms of how you handle your agenda. But I'd say as a minimum, you probably should commit to the 9th in case something comes up out of town hall, or if there are any further questions that you have, or second thoughts that you've got as a result of today's conversation. It's a good, safe thing to have. It may only be a short meeting, or it could be a 3-hour meeting, I'm not sure.
Okay, so it sounds like the 9th is for sure, the 7th is to be determined, Ms. Gurry?
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. Yes, if there is any other business, maybe now would be the time that council would bring that forward, because then we could make the determination at the end of the meeting today whether the 7th is needed, because we'll need to put out a cancellation notice. I think, as Mr. Rudolph said, the 9th would probably be the best, because you've had the E-Town Hall on the evening of the 7th. You can then meet back up if there's any loose ends to tie up on the 9th. That would probably work better than the 7th, as well as give the finance team some time to put what happened today together in a format for you to review. So is there any other business that council wishes to bring forward?
Councillor Bonner?
Thank you, Chair. I want to still get into the budget and how the operations part of it is. There's a couple of, I have questions around the 911 reserve and what it's going to look like. Once all of the allocations have done and it's settled out, reading what the reserve, how it's worded, the actual reserve, I'm not sure how the funding is going to be spent in it. I would also like to look at the money that goes into reserves through internal charges. And there may be technical names for all of this stuff that I'm asking for. I do have some concerns about some of the reserves that seem to be going up dramatically, even though they have a standard amount of money that's being drawn and put in each year. And then I just was looking for a quick update on the 5-year projections for the General Asset Management Reserve, now with the motion by council to add it into the up to 2025. is probably, I'm just curious how much would be there. I just don't know what the numbers are.
So, Your Worship, or Madam Chair, it would, that's great. So that gives time for some work to be done. If we're going for the 9th, that would give the staff some time to address those questions and bring it back to you as a type of thing that you want to tidy up and be satisfied for before you firm up your decision and position on budget. So that's exactly the kind of thing, and maybe other things if you've got questions about timing and process that we could then put on the agenda. We could summarize today and then also put discussion items to bring some closure to the process on, hopefully on Wednesday.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Geselbrock.
Yeah, just, I think through you, Chair, I would like to look at different opportunities to be able to try to lower this percent increase. I'm thinking more discussion sort of on the 3 new police officers. I know I'd just like to hear sort of like what the complications would be by delaying that hire till January 1st, or potentially even delaying the hire of 1 or 2 of those positions. And then I think that's the major one. And then I've got a question just on the manager sustainability. The current budget percentage that was given to us, is that with the manager factored in at sort of 0.75, 0.075 for the half year, or like 0.05 for including the hydro grant or excluding the hydro grant? The percentage that you just read out to us at 3.6, is that including the hydro grant or excluding the hydro grant? Excluding, okay.
It's excluding.
Yeah.
Yes.
And when would we know about the hydro grant? When would we get confirmation?
I'd have to check with Mr. Lindsay to see how long that would. He doesn't know. I can see him through the other room. We would have to contact them and see how long that process is. At this point, I don't know how long that would take.
Yeah, you know, when we have the bandwidth, that would be great to just sort of confirm sort of when that confirmation from them would be.
So that information would come on the 9th then? Yes. Okay.
Again, we would think what we need to do. What we need to do is go back over the decisions you've made today, and the ones you maybe didn't make that you may want to make, or revisit. So we go over that list again, just to confirm that, now that you know the bottom line number where you're sitting, if you want to revisit that. So yeah, it would be Wednesday right now, unless you choose to come in earlier. But again, I think it's going to take just 2 days for staff to get organized to do that thoroughly.
Okay, Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Chair. And if staff have any ideas on maybe some of the things we voted on today, I can't even remember them all now. I don't know how you guys are doing it. In that they could be funded from other sources. I would certainly be interested in that as well. And probably on the 9th, I'm going to hopefully we'll be able to, we've added to the budget today, and hopefully we'll be able to find ways to bring it back down again to a more manageable level. And anything else might be able to, I don't envy your jobs at all, so you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bonner. Councillor Geselbrock.
Thank you, Chair. So just to be clear then, I think it would be worthwhile to just have, to look at sort of go through the decisions and see the impact on the budget, and if there is any further ideas that could be made to adjust things at the December 7th before, because when is the public consultation, e-town hall, is that on the 7th or the 9th?
Ms. Gurry, you can jump in.
It's the 7th.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Through you to Council Gesselbrock. The E-Town Hall is the evening of the 7th. It's inside of your regular council meeting. And so what we were discussing, and if we could get consensus today, we need consensus, that there'll be no special finance and audit meeting that morning. You'll just have your regular council meeting that evening that has the E-Town Hall inside of that council meeting. And then Wednesday would be your next special finance and audit meeting on December the 9th that would review and recap every decision you made today and look at some of those other questions getting answered that you had at the end of the meeting today. Does that make sense, and does council agree to that?
We'll have the input from the public hearing. It will allow staff time to adapt the budget according to the motions we've made today, and we'll have an opportunity to see what we can shave, if anything, from it.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Gesselbrock? I actually have a motion under new business. Sorry, Zen. I'm going to move that $400,000 from the Special Initiatives Reserve and $100,000 from the Daytime Resource Center be allocated in the 2021 budget for the recommendations coming from the Health and Housing Task Force. Seconded by Councillor Bonner. I'm going to, if you don't mind, Councillor Brown, I'm just going to go over my rationale. So we currently have zero funds earmarked for a program of work that this council has identified as the problem of our time and our term. We've asked leaders from across sectors to participate in the exercise of drafting a plan, and I think one of the worst things that could happen is that we create a plan and don't resource it. We do have a precedent in economic development when last year we allocated close to $400,000 to their work, knowing that recommendations were coming, but not quite knowing what they were going to be. And why $500,000? So for those who haven't had a chance to read the draft Health and Housing Action Plan, that is the baseline amount that Dr. Turner has identified for the development of a new agency that will take on health and housing in Nanaimo. We don't know if that's going to be external. We don't know if that's going to be embedded in a social service agency. We're not sure what that's going to look like, but we do have a ballpark figure of about $500,000 to get that plan resourced and rolling. So, Councillor Brown.
Thank you. Just questions due to staff. With that, just want to make sure my math is correct. Leave approximately $900,000 in this Special Initiatives Reserve, understanding that that will be adjusted at year end.
I have to admit, I missed all of your first motion, so.
How is that possible? Okay,
Can
my
I get
motion,
you to repeat it?
I move that $400,000 from Special Initiatives Reserve and $100,000 from the Daytime Resource Center be allocated in 2021 for the task force recommendations.
Sorry, to clarify, so then you're asking us to remove the $100,000 in 2021 that's currently budgeted in the daytime for the Daytime Resource Center and reallocate it to that?
Yes.
The updated balance on the
Strategic Special
the
Initiatives.
Special Initiatives
Fund.
Reserve, okay, would be, I think my adding may have been a little off, but I'll get Ms. Fuller to give you her calculations. $765,000.
Okay. Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Chair. I think that it's really important that we do figure out how to fund these recommendations that are coming from the Health and Housing Task Force. I think that this is a key priority. And I mean, this sounds like sufficient funding for 1 year, and it's not sort of the annual requirement that we need for it. And I think that there are other areas that this potentially could come from, and I know that tourism has been brought up, and I know that there's some considerations around this funding. However, I would like to see us look for funding that's available annually to support this, and not just be once from our strategic from a reserve. So I support this motion, but I do think that further discussion needs to be had, and I understand that there's going to be some reports coming forward on tourism, and, you know, with the health and housing coming to council. But I do think that we need to look at that in depth and see what possibilities there are. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Martman.
Thank you. I will support the motion. I believe that the work that the Health and Housing Task Force has been performing has probably been the most important work for this city at this time. Working with the most vulnerable populations and advocating with the province and working together and looking for solutions. I'm a little bit cautious about putting it out there without more information and more reports, but I have utmost faith in both you and Councillor Bonner and the team that is working, the task force that has worked together, and that this money is absolutely necessary if we're going to see improvements in our city and do the right thing for our most vulnerable population and support them. Thank you.
Mr. Rudolph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just for clarification, the findings of Dr. Turner and her report, which has been reporting to the Health and Housing Task Force, will be coming to Council at its GPC on the 14th of December, which is before provisional is set. So that's when you will see the recommendations being brought forward. The Health and Housing Task Force, I think itself, has not completely finished its work and is looking for another 2 or 3 months worth of time to conclude that. So that's another piece. The other part of this is the funding that you've identified for the daytime. I believe staff will be coming forward with some more information on that account soon. So that's another report that you can expect to see. So just urge council to keep their options open in terms of both of those. There are decisions that will be ultimately made by council with respect to its how it sees the city's involvement in health and housing in the future, and that's laid out to some extent in the task force recommendations, but it's something that has to be analyzed, and at the end of the day, council will have to decide what its role in and how much financing it wishes to put in a permanent way. So just to make sure that we're all aware that the report is coming. And then it's to be received and probably ask for a staff report, or actually probably ask for more comments from the Health and Housing based on the input that you get from the council on the 14th. And then the other amount is coincidentally, and nothing else, attached to a staff report that's coming to you shortly. So I guess by the time you get to provisional, both those will be in front of you and you'll have had the benefit of that information.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Chair. Given what Mr. Rudolph has advised us and being somewhat uncomfortable and not knowing anything about what the report's all about, I would like to move deferment of this motion until we receive the report.
We have a seconder?
As usual. No, oh, thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Turley has spoken on that. Does anyone want to speak to deferment? Go ahead, Councillor Brown.
Thanks. I won't be deferring. I think after a year and a half, it's important to show commitment to this and allocate it. And I think we've seen how quickly Special Initiatives Reserve can disappear. So I think it's really important to earmark those funds. I hope that as the Health and Housing Task Force chairs have been touching base with staff and working on it, that you'd have a good understanding of what the potential 100K would be for the warming center. So to me, I'm totally comfortable trusting you to make this recommendation at this time, knowing full well that any expenditures, whether it's an external agency, et cetera, will be obviously come back to council for that final decision. So I think it's absolutely crucial to create this envelope and show a commitment to something after a year and a half of meetings. And I think this type of commitment is the appropriate next step for council to take, and I hope we do take.
Thank you. Councillor Brown. Mr. Rudolph.
Madam Chair, I'm wondering if it probably isn't what you're intending, but a slight modification to the wording of the motion. And the wording that I might suggest is that you earmark or protect, instead of earmark, you protect the 400,000, subject to the review, submission and review and decision-making of council, so that you're not using it for some other purpose, that you're providing time to protect that money. That's different than earmarking and allocating it now in advance of getting the report, but it does accomplish sort of the same thing. It sends a bit of a different signal, I admit that, but I think what you're trying to do is send the signal, but also protect that money so you don't spend it on something else. And on the other hand, you haven't had the report yet, and I would suggest that there are decisions there that may influence how you ultimately decide on this.
So, Mr. Rudolph, you're arguing for a word change from allocate to protect?
To protect.
As the original mover, Ms. Legan, go ahead.
Just to you, Madam Chair, perhaps the word reserve as opposed to protect might resonate with the public. As you make reservations, you can always cancel them, but it does reserve it until there is additional action taken.
Is that special initiatives or strategic? Okay, so as the original mover, that is okay with me. So reserved instead of allocated, Ms. Gurry?
Yes, so the motion to defer, that's still on the table? Yes.
Thank you.
So if you want to vote on that, and then you could go back to change.
Okay, Councillor Charlie.
Thank you, Chair. So if we follow the lead of our staff and reserve, then I don't think we have to, deferring is redundant. So I'll withdraw the motion with the secondar's acceptance.
Okay, great. So we are back to the original motion that moves 400,000 from Special Initiatives Reserve and 100,000 from the Daytime Resource Center to be reserved in the 2021 budget for the recommendations of the task force. So all those in favor? Oh, Councillor Geselbrock.
I'll support the word reserve. I do, I want to send a strong signal that I definitely want to see these recommendations funded, and that working within sort of the current funding that we do have available. And I think that, if there are better ideas that are out there, for them to come forward, but let's get this funded. So thank you.
Thank you. And it is my expectation that a collaborative funding model will be reached. However, given that we're in 2021 budget decisions and this is a huge portfolio of work, I thought it prudent to get it in the budget. So all those in favor? No one opposed. Okay, thank you. Anything else? Can I have a motion for adjournment? Councillor Brown? Seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? Thank you, everyone.
So council, you will get a cancellation notice for Monday morning, okay?
Yeah, Monday morning's canceled.